morning. Welcome. It's very easy to misunderstand actuality. What is actual? What is real? What is actually here? And importantly, what is not actually here? What is not real? I think typically human beings have an enormous misunderstanding around both of these issues. The very essence of spirituality is discovering actuality. Actuality is, of course, already the case. It is what is actual. It is what is here. It is this actual condition that is present, that is always present, that's never not present. And, of course, you are this condition. You are embedded in this condition. This condition is you, is doing you. You are made of this condition. But it's very difficult within a modern human context to understand this because there is such a gross, heavy-handed misunderstanding of actuality that permeates modern culture. So what is actual? What is actually here? You know, when you look at what is here, what seems to you to be there? How do you answer that question? How do you approach that issue? It's easy to sum up very approximately what's actual by the word experience. The experience is here. Clearly, experience is occurring. Anything else occurring? Anything other than experience? Experiencing, sure. Experiencing. Mm-hmm. So what is experience? I mean, here it is. We have this nice word experience, and we all sort of know vaguely or very directly what it refers to. But what do we mean? What exactly do we mean by this experience? What precisely is this experience? Oh, it's experience. Right? Okay, that doesn't take us very far. Experience is patterns appearing in your consciousness. Try that on for the side. So what are these patterns? What is this consciousness? And that gets very slippery and strange very quickly because try looking for consciousness. Try to locate consciousness. Try to pin down exactly what consciousness is. Well, it's self-evident that what we may sort of sloppily think of as the function of consciousness is occurring. This experience is being experienced. So if consciousness is that which experiences experience, then obviously it's engaged, okay, it's in gear. But you can't find it. You go looking for consciousness, you don't really find anything other than the empirical fact that experiencing is ongoing, and you can't deconstruct it. You don't get very far trying to find consciousness. So, okay, let's go look at the other direction. If experience is patterns appearing in consciousness and we can't find consciousness, what do we get when we look for the patterns? Well, there's a lot of information there, isn't there? There's all the sense fields, there's the field of vision with all of these colors and brightnesses and lights and shapes and so on. Field of hearing with all of these different pitches and loudnesses and audio textures and so on. Field of sensation, and that's a whole universe of a range of energetic presence. Taste, smell. Thought is a fascinating field of experience. You know, what is the range of phenomena within thought? You know, it's amazing. It's very subtle. But aside from this sort of cataloging of these different categories of what we can say seems to be present as these patterns of experience, what are they? What are they made of? How do they appear? And it gets very slippery. Asking that question gets very slippery. It's very subtle. What's appearing, how it's appearing. Even if it's appearing. So we can't really pin down consciousness. We can't really pin down the substance of this patterning, even though, which is surprising because it's so explicit and so detailed. You know, you look at your field of vision, and, for example, or any sense field, and there's just so much precise things appear exactly the way they appear, exactly in the way that they appear, and it's just an astounding range of a really great deal of specificity, right? But you go looking at any of this specificity, try and isolate it, try and pin it down, it's that, but what exactly is that? And all of a sudden it gets strange. Even in the face of this precision, this specificity of what presents itself, nothing is really definable exactly as to what it is. I mean, it's easy to see color, okay, so here Rich is wearing a very red shirt. Okay, great, there's red. But then what exactly is red? And what exactly is this red, not just red in the abstract, these specific reds? Well, first of all, there's an infinite range of reds present in this shirt. It's not just one color, it's a range, it's a gradation, it's an infinite gradation of colors, of brightnesses, of textures. And, it's immediately recognizable as red, but what is it that is recognized? What exactly is red? And it gets subtle, it gets nuanced, it gets interesting that you can't actually find red and somehow grasp it, find the final redness. Yeah, I got it, red is red. It's easy to recognize red, but you can't finally determine what is being recognized, how it's being recognized, anything about it, really. So, looking at the two, let's say, arbitrary poles of experience, we have consciousness and patterning appearing. Consciousness is nebulous in the extreme, essentially unfindable. And the patternings are explicit, they are wild with differentiation, literally infinitely full of information. It's an entire information overload, your sense fields, the amount of data and the quality and the precision of that data that's being presented. But none of it actually resolves to anything. None of it is findable, except in its presence. It is present. It is actual. And it is conveying characteristics, conveying information. And again, even though this information and characteristics are not ultimately resolvable, they are nonetheless completely obvious. Typically, we're used to being very interested in the patterns that appear. Well, these patterns are people, this pattern is a room, this pattern is a city, this pattern is a floor, this pattern is a recorder, this pattern is a cup of tea, this pattern is my body, that pattern is your body, some other body, and so on and so forth. We're typically very interested in orienting towards our experience in terms of classifying all these patterns and then assuming that they're actual, more or less discrete entities and then relating to them in those terms, navigating around as if it was a game, like Monopoly. Monopoly, here's the game board, and here's the pieces, and these are the hotels, and this is the money, and the object of the game is to accumulate the money, and you roll the dice, and you go around the board, and you build hotels, and blah, blah, blah. So typically we have a similar little, typically unconscious game structure going on in our minds about, well, here's the people, they're the sort of the players, the pieces in this game, and my body's a piece in the game, and the clothes I wear is a piece in the game, and there's more or less elaborate rules of behaving and juxtaposing in terms of these various game pieces to go through life and play this game. And so we're typically relating to our situation this way. And that's what we generally consider as important. What's important is the game. What's important is our classification of these sub-aspects of the fields of our experience. People and places and things and ownership and all of these things. But none of that's actual. What's actual is the appearance of patterning. What's actual is experience itself. And we make a leap of abstraction when we interpret the experience as being of people, of an environment, of situations, that can be successes or failures or, whatever sort of classification we have of it. And we typically ignore the fact of experience itself. Experience is just sort of the medium within which this elaborate gamesmanship takes place. And yet, experience is the only thing actually here. These classifications are abstractions. Essentially, they're imaginary. They don't actually exist discretely. Because all classifications, or let's say all classifying of a field of experience, is infinitely variable. In other words, so here's my field of vision. Let's suppose this field of vision is a pie. How many slices can I slice this pie into? Well, as many or as few as I want. I can count the number of human bodies that I'm seeing in this room. I can see a room and a not room by looking out the windows. I can look at my own body. I can look at the parts of my body while I have 4 limbs and a head. I can look at my hairs while I have, X 100,000 hairs. I can look at the cells in one hair. Well, there's X 100,000 cells in that one hair. I can look at the mitochondria in one of those cells. Well, there's, So it's fractally full of information on every level, and it's completely arbitrary where you draw the lines. What's an entity? Well, I'll draw a line around this and say, what's inside this line is me, and what's outside the line is not me. Or I take a hair and I say, well, okay, what's inside the line is the hair, and what's outside the line is not the hair. Well, is the hair me or not? I don't know. However you want to spin it. Yeah, it's me. Okay, but that's your hair. So there is the actuality of all of this information present, and the information is infinitely differentiated. In other words, you can find a basis for saying this is different than that on any scale you look. You can say this body's different than that, this person's different than that person, This side of the room is different than that side of the room. This molecule is different than that molecule. This atom is different than that atom. Or you can dolly back and say, oh, this is my body, it's one thing. Oh, this is the system of this social interaction, it's one thing. Or, oh, this is the city, it's one thing. Oh, this is the biosphere of the planet, it's one thing. Or, this is the solar system, it's one thing. This is the galaxy, it's one thing. So it's just all of these ways of differentiating these apparent subsystems within experience are just abstractions. In other words, they're imaginary. You aren't actually slicing the pie, you're just sketching out the lines that you could. So I could slice the pie into 4 pieces. I could slice the pie into 8 pieces. I could slice the pie into 365,000.2 pieces, or whatever. But it's all hypothetical. So what's actual? What's actual is the pie. There are no slices. The pie is what's actual. And in terms of that sort of pathetic metaphor, the pie is this field of experience, this field of your experience, which is actual. It alone exists. It alone can be found. It does have the property of a degree of intelligent analysis being present spontaneously. How is that present? I mean, that's a part of experience. What's intelligence? Where does intelligence come from? How does that work? I don't know. It's just here. You can't get it like everything else, every other aspect of experience. It can't actually be found. It can't actually be differentiated or defined. But it's self-evidently effective. So there is this, in experience, there is this looking at experience. That is an exercise of intelligence. There is a potential for differentiating or analyzing or hypothetically considering what experience is and what's going on that spontaneously occurs within experience. This is an actuality that we all have direct experience of. It's self-evident case. Can't find what it is, but it is, whatever it is. It is an effect. Also used to do, and we all do it unconsciously. Everyone around us seems to be doing the same thing. To orienting towards the fact of this experience itself, as it is, and what it is. It can be very disorienting at first, because it can seem like a sort of an amorphous, jelly-like sea of dysfunctionality. You can feel like, I'm not calling anything, I can't tell where anything is. And yet that's not really true either, because intelligence doesn't go away. You can still stand up and walk around the room, even if you're not thinking of it as a room and thinking of it as walking. You can, functioning turns out to be a direct, inherent aspect of experience. So it doesn't actually depend upon all this differentiation and classifying that we're so used to doing. And something very interesting happens when you do this, when you begin to orient towards experience as the actuality rather than a world and people and classifications as the actuality. Your sense of what you are, your sense of what this is, undergoes a radical shift. You discovered there is only one thing present, and you are it. You discovered that there is no world, or that there's nothing but world, and you are it. You discovered that all of this is doing itself. There is no strategizing required. There's no planning required. You discovered that this is beyond space and time. This is eternal. Apparent space and time occurs within experience. Experience does not occur within space and time. We all have very clear and obvious experience of this when we dream. You're in a dream, and you're in some situation. Say you're in New York City, or flying through the clouds or whatever, and you wake up and poof, where was the space that appeared in the dream? There was no actual space. New York City didn't actually appear. I mean, it did appear, but there was no, and it seemed to be spatial. It seemed to be big. It seemed to have a spatial extension, and yet there's nothing there. Or it certainly wasn't that anyway. There seemed to be time, that we all know that time can pass very differently in a dream than in a waking world. You can go to sleep for 2 minutes and have a dream that seems to last hours or days or whatever, or vice versa. So space and time occur within dreams, but the dreams are not spatial and temporal. The dreams generate space and time. And likewise, experience does exactly the same thing. Your experience right now probably seems to be spatial. You seem to be within a space. Your body seems to be within a space. So there's certainly an apparent space presenting itself in your experience. But your experience is that condition within which this space is appearing, and your experience is not subject to that space. It's not limited to that space. It's completely non-spatial. It's not bigger, or for that matter smaller. It's just non-spatial. It's not a spatial condition. Not in the sense that so-called physical space is a spatial condition. And the same with time. So again, we discover these possibly rather startling results when we reorient towards experience as the actuality, rather than all of these classifications and subsystems and entities and environments and objects as the actuality. Spacelessness, timelessness, integrity, it's always one thing, it never departs from itself. Invulnerability. Experience itself cannot be hurt. Apparent hurt can occur within experience, but experience cannot be damaged. It's like a forest fire that shows up on TV doesn't burn the TV set. And our experience is like that. Pain can appear within experience, but experience itself is not hurt. Experience cannot be improved. It cannot be diminished. You can't make experience more. You can't make it less. Experience is a constancy. It is essentially invulnerable. It's inviolable. It never departs from itself. And you are it. You are nothing but it. There is no separate you or separate anything from experience itself. And this is actually not abstraction. This is very concrete fact that is immediately discovered in relating to the actuality of experience as what is present, in contradistinction to relating to all the classifications like we typically may do with human beings and people and objects and situations and time and history and past and future. For example, in experience is the obvious fact, it's just no past. There's no past. Experience is this right here. There's no future. Experience is this right here. It's completely obvious from an experiential point of view. But from a differentiation point of view, it's like, no, wait a minute, what do you mean? I was a kid and I was born in New York and I grew up in Connecticut and I this and I that. It's like, yeah, sure. I mean, there's all of that interpretation. But when is that interpretation happening? Right now. Where is it happening? Right here. So my entire history exists right here, or nowhere at all. My expectations in my future. I'm getting old. I'm going to get older sooner or later. I'll get sick or something and die. When is that? All of that thought is happening right now. And where is it happening? Right here. And then since I look at now and here, and they turn out not to be actual, it gets very interesting indeed. So it's not even here and now. Here isn't actually here, and now isn't actually now. But it's not anything other than that either. It's essentially unclassifiable. So this is the most remarkable, and from a spiritual point of view, the most powerful fact that is revealed in relating to experience itself, is its transcendental nature. It has absolutely no limitations. It cannot be found as anything. It is not limited to being this or that. It's not limited to even being or not being. It's not limited in any regard whatsoever. And since you discover that you are that, that's an interesting feeling indeed. Because what you are, you discover very directly and non-conceptually and self-verifyingly, is absolute transcendental inconceivability, invulnerable beyond space and time, and full of fascinating information, exploration, displays of meaningfulness. So in practical terms, what do you do? How do you do this? How do you play with this? How do you explore this in an efficient and simple manner? It sounds interesting and sort of in the abstract, or being put as a philosophy or an assertion. I mean, I'm sitting up here talking and I'm claiming all this stuff, and it's like, okay, cool, maybe you follow it, maybe you don't, but whatever. So what? So it turns out there is a very practical and a very simple, there's lots and lots of ways to approach this, but I've discovered there's a very practical and very efficient way to approach it, which I call the yoga of radiant presence, which is an arbitrary designation I gave it, which is meaningful in many regards, but not particularly important. But aside from that, what it actually is very simple. It is essentially noticing the fact that experience is already happening. In other words, feeling experience, feeling the fact of experience. And when I say feeling it, I mean feeling it texturally, feeling it the way you might feel the temperature of a bathtub by putting your hand in the water. It's not a thought, it's not an idea, it's a direct energy engagement. You put your hand in the water and you feel it, and you have a flood of irrational, very direct, non-conceptual information. Likewise, here is experience. It is presenting itself like a symphony. It's presenting itself as a richness of immediate characteristics. And the experiencing is already completely, intimately engaged with experience. It's already, there's nothing to be done. It's not like you need to engage with your experience. It's like, how do you not engage with your experience? There's no off switch, right? You can't stop seeing, you can't stop hearing. It just doesn't happen. So it's even simpler than engaging with your experience. You simply notice the profundity of the way in which experiencing is already engaged with itself. So it's a no-brainer. You just, but it's very intimate. It's absolutely inclusive. There's nothing excluded from your experience. Your experience instantaneously experiences fully everything that it's experiencing exactly as it's experiencing it. Right? Like I may say, oh, I'm looking at you, but in actuality, everything that's appearing in my field of vision is already appearing with complete intimacy in exactly the way it is. Now, sure, things over here on the side of my field of vision are appearing a little more fuzzy, let's say, but that's exactly how it is. That fuzziness is what is there. That's an actuality, this fuzziness. Can experience be fuzzy? Well, sure, obviously. Can it be sharper? Well, sure, obviously. Can it be this? Can it be that? Well, sure, obviously. It can be whatever it can be, but that's irrelevant. It is what it is already. And simply feeling that full field of presence is what experience itself is. So this is extremely simple. Just notice, and again, it's already the case. It's already happening. You are already completely engaged with your experience on every level. You're already experiencing everything you're experiencing. It's not like you need to do it. You can't not do it. So it's simply, you could call it noticing, or just in an instant. Is experience here? Yeah, experience is here. You feel it. Just across the board, just feel it. And that is experience. You can't say what it is, can you? When you feel it, you can't say what it is. If you start thinking about it, then you can start saying a lot about what you're thinking about. But experience itself, you can't say. You can feel it, you can know it, you can participate with it most intimately, but you can't say what it is. You can't pin it down, you can't define it. And yet it's not stupid. It's profoundly intelligent and nuanced and meaningful and subtle. It just has dimensions and layers of implication and meaningfulness, but not rational meaningfulness, not a meaningfulness you can put directly into words, but like a pregnancy, a fullness, a lusciousness. To me, I say it's a lot like listening to a symphony. Just all of these amazing, unexpected textures and strains and qualities present on a dynamic basis, sort of wafting in and out, and the attention sort of spontaneously drifts to this portion or that portion of it, and things sort of come up as a focus of attention and drift back, but it's just all present as this amazing richness that is one field, and yet doesn't particularly make any sense, isn't particularly coherent, and yet it has a great sort of a beauty and meaningfulness and interrelationship in many ways in it that sort of come out like chords or like say musical strains or something. And listening to symphonies like that, you can think, oh, this was recorded by Johann Strauss in the year of such and such in the city. It's like all this abstractions, or you can just feel the music, and it's something, it's just this amazing fullness of actuality. And that is sufficient. You don't need to know who wrote it. You don't need to know what city they wrote it in. You don't need to know the name of the year. You don't need to know all these abstractions, because the reality speaks for itself. It is what it is. And our experience is exactly like that. It is what it is. And that turns out to be not just sufficient, but everything. Turns out to be the whole point, the whole goal of the spiritual quest is simply the fullness of what is present right here, right now, as your experience. And you're already experiencing it. So, it's not like you need a labor to get to the goal. You need a labor to get to this fullness. The fullness is already here. You just need to notice it. And it's not like, oh, let me sit down and notice. Just notice it. It's just like, bang. Oh, here it is. Is it here? Yeah. Is your field of experience here? Yeah, it is. So, and that actuality, just the simple fact of that actuality, is both the highest spiritual path and also the goal of spirituality. And, at first, if you were a novice to this kind of a thing, you might say, yeah, that's kind of weird, but, so what? But just hang out with it, You acclimatize. We're so used to relating to things in terms of our mental gamesmanship and our classification. Just hang out in this rich textural presence of experience, and you'll develop a sensitivity to it. You'll develop an appreciation of subtlety, an appreciation of non-linearity, an appreciation of the profundity of what is present in these very strange, non-linear, but actual ways. Well, it feels like I said everything I have to say. If you have anything you'd like to say, feel free. Yeah.
Yes, I think you answered my question before I even answer it. When I asked last month about dreams, I said don't try to explain them. If we could substitute the word symphony for dreams, just listen to it, just feel it.
Yes, exactly so. And that applies not just to dreams, but to any experience.
Yes.
The way to understand life is to immerse yourself in feeling it non-linearly, not think about it or analyze it. And it may seem at first to be a stupider approach, but it actually proves to be a much more comprehensive and intelligent approach.
So even if I have a disturbing dream, it wouldn't be practical to try and explain it, but just be with it.
Yeah, because the disturbing aspect is just frictions working themselves out. It's like kneading dough or stirring paint when you're mixing colors or something. At first, it looks like a chaos and a mishmash, but as it proceeds to mix, as experience proceeds to be with itself, it reaches a kind of a integration and homogeneity.
Very good. I have one other question, slightly different. And whenever I hear the term highest, superlative, I have an old story about that somehow highest implies better or exclusive. And could you somehow elaborate on that?
Yeah,
so
I can.
Think that
Yeah.
If I'm not at the highest, I'm not.
No, yeah. Instead of highest, let's use the word ultimate or final. In other words, let me think of a good way to put this. Okay, suppose you're on a treasure hunt, and the goal of the treasure hunt is to get hold of something. There's something you're supposed to get hold of. Now, there's a lot of different ways to participate in the treasure hunt, and a lot of different ways to explore, and a lot of different ways to go. But the very last thing you're going to do in that treasure hunt is get a hold of that one thing. And that applies to everyone. So 80 people could do the treasure hunt, and they'll each behave completely differently until that last moment when they'll converge in getting a hold of that last thing. Or in a sailboat race. I don't know if you've ever seen a sailboat race. In a sailboat race, the goal is to get across a particular finish line. But the boats can, and there's sort of generally a rough path that boats have to go around certain buoys. But, boats have to go with the wind, so they're wiggling back and forth and zooming around and working with the wind. But, so that each boat follows a different path in the race, but every single one of them crosses the finish line. And at a certain point, the front of the boat, hits that line identically, even though every single other movement in the race will look different. So likewise, in the spiritual quest, the ultimate, as in final, as in last step, is essentially emerging in actuality. And whether you're a Buddhist or a Hindu and you're practicing bhakti and you're singing hymns to Krishna and you're weeping and you're dressing in funny clothes, or you go to the Himalayas and you wear a loincloth and you sit in a cave for 50 years, or you're living in New York City and you're a very hip bohemian artist and you're, reading books of philosophy, or whatever. So all of these different paths or practices look very different from each other. But anyone that actually realizes the goal of spirituality has to come to this point of merging, integrating with this actuality, because it is the end of it. You have to get to there's only one end of spirituality. Does not have myriads of different goals. The only goal is reality itself. So this particular approach that I advocate is kind of cheating. Suppose there's a running race. Okay, and there's 100 million people are going to participate in this running race. But there's a peculiarity in the rules of the race. You can start running wherever you want. Where would you start? I would start at the finish line.
Start running when you get to the finish line.
Start at the finish line. I can start the race. Here's the finish line. I'm starting right here.
Oh.
Or I could start 80 miles that way. It's a matter of efficiency. Everyone gets to reality because there's nowhere else to go. But, I'm an efficiency freak. So I'm interested in efficiency, no wasted effort, maximum bang for your buck. So since it turns out that, in truth, the final goal of spirituality is reality itself, and since your field of experience, right here, right now, and has always been, is reality itself, why not just start there? Why deal with all these prostrations and sitting meditations and finding gurus and touching feet and learning Sanskrit? And you can do all that if you want. That's fun. It's a fun way to pass the time. But it doesn't really have much to do with the actuality of spirituality, which is about reality. Sure, of course.
I wanted to speak of a few actual experiences occurring recently for
Mm-hmm.
me, and it's becoming very subtle, this whole process.
Uh-huh. It'll do that.
Pardon?
It'll do that.
Yeah. And with very subtle, with moments of terror, maybe, and just as an example, like last night having dinner with my fiance, and we were just date night, and just going right into just an experience. Date night, all is well, and in the middle of the dinner, there's just a deep, deep, deep sense of having no clue who she is.
Yeah.
Or
welcome to the joy of relationship. Who did I marry?
and really starting to have experiences of experiencing that what is occurring over there is she's seeing this and I'm seeing that, and so there's this, there's kind of a fuller picture of experience.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But what I'm finding myself doing is in this midst of it's occurring in those particular situations with outside individuals, as well as chest breakings within the body.
Uh-huh.
So they have the same situation in that way, where there's what's occurring is in that there's wanting to figure it out,
Right,
or make sense of it, or feel her, or be like there is this grasping at the air.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And this has been a process where there's been major relaxations within. This feels like tasting what you're speaking of
Mm-hmm.
in a real way.
Yeah.
This is really great. Your talk today. I really felt like the entirety of the talk was speaking of even that last experience last night of just either dissecting or relaxing.
Yeah. Well, this is very typical because, in a way, we can find ourselves being in kind of like a tug of war, or well, that's not a good example, but at any rate, where we're usually coming from is orienting towards our experience in terms of the normal human classifications of who are you and what do you do and what's blah 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 blah, being very simple and relatively materialistic in terms of our classifications. And as we begin to reorient and explore reorienting towards our experience in terms of it being with it directly, it's a very, very different mode with very, very different implications, different perspectives, and yet we're coming from a background of being completely acclimated towards orienting to our experience in terms of these various frames of reference of defining things. And so, but the challenge is that we're kind of in both worlds. It's not like you can just leave one way of doing it and jump to another, like, turning off a light switch or something. It's typically not that simple. Typically, we get little intimations of the one, but the other is still present big time, and vice versa. So it can be very disorienting because it's kind of schizophrenic in a way, because part of us is relating to our experience in our old typical accustomed way, and part of us is exploring this new way of nonlinear revelations and so on. And the two just don't really compute in terms of each other. So it can be kind of, it can be jarring, it can be disorienting, it can be dizzying, and it can provoke unsettlement, it can provoke anxiety, it can provoke terror. I mean, it can provoke all kinds of things, because again, typically in our accustomed modes of relating to define reality definitionally in terms of defining it as a worldview and so on, we typically feel that our security is based on that. We trust that mode. We feel like, yeah, I'm okay because I know what everything is. And we begin to explore this other mode, which is basically kind of in terms of the values of our accustomed mode. This new mode is kind of a mode of not knowing what anything is, or letting things be unknown in a way relative to how the old mode defines known. This feels like kind of unknown, and so that can be very threatening because we're used to defining our safety and our sense of we're used to thinking that orienting towards knowing what's going on is really important, is urgently important, and if we don't do that, the shit will hit the fan. And so we find ourselves in a situation where, we don't know what's going on in those terms, and that old mode sort of grabs hold of them and say, wait, what's happening here? What's happening? Danger, danger, Will Robinson. Things are iffy here. I don't know what's going on. I better reassess and check and quick and build a frame of reference real fast. So because we're kind of in these two relatively mutually exclusive ways of being with our experience, and so it can be unsettling. It can be unsettling, for a long period. But there's no alternative. An example I use often because I like it, it seems very appropriate, is crossing a stream. So there's a little stream and you want to cross it, and there's a little rock sitting in the middle of the stream. You can't quite get to the other side and you don't want to get your feet wet. So there's a little rock sitting in the middle of the stream. So you're standing on the bank and you look at the rock and you think, looks like it might hold my weight, let me see. And so you reach your foot out and you poke it with your toe. Your weight is still firmly on the shore, but you poke the rock with your toe and you sort of go, it's not really wiggling too much, and then you sort of gradually, you put the front of your shoe on the rock, but your weight is still mostly on the shore, but you kind of test it and you give it a little more weight and say, well, it's still kind of stable, But you're not trusting that rock. Your weight's on the shore. But you get to a certain point where you kind of have to commit. You can't actually cross the stream and stay on the shore. It doesn't work that way. So you kind of get to a certain point where you have to, okay, I've tested the stone. I put my weight on a little bit and it's not really wiggling. I'm going to go for it. And you go and you put your weight on. And there's a certain point where one foot's on the shore and one foot's on the rock, and it's kind of balanced or something, maybe dynamically. And maybe the rock doesn't shift or whatever, right? And then eventually you commit, and pretty soon you're standing on the rock and you're not standing on the shore anymore. But the in-between time is a little iffy because you're not really completely on the shore, although you try to be, and you're not completely on the rock, although you try to be, and you might end up falling in the water. And this is a little bit like that because our accustomed way of relating to our experience as a human being in a human situation, with our history and our curriculum vitae and our goals and our blah 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 blah, is very, very different in its implications from this open dimensionality of just being with actuality, non-conditionally or unconditionally, inclusively. There is a learning curve typically involved in making the transition, so to speak. And you never actually, there's also a fantasy when you're in the throes of this process. There's a fantasy that you're leaving one thing and going to another thing, but it turns out it's not actually like that, because you actually, it turns out in the long run, you bring your humanity along, you bring your history along, you don't forget how to function, you don't forget how to drive a car just because you're seeing God, it turns out. But in the meantime, it can seem as if it's much more of a dichotomy than it actually is. And the short answer is, you just gotta. The only way through is through. There's no secret solution to that kind of uneasiness other than just accustoming yourself to it and going through that process until you do develop more and more comfort and more facility with having this new mode present, even as the old mode. In other words, it becomes less of an either or.
Yeah, we're both going through this process together.
Oh, that's good.
Which is lovely. And, it's just a sense of, for me, of like not wanting to have like just being able to just have an experience of like without the heavy definition, but yeah, just have a dinner without having a total existential freak out, where the only way to relax is to create some sort of drama that then I can hold on to, then relax and get out.
Yeah.
Or then it turns into this situation where then she's like where it gets really where there is no way to turn from it, and then from there I can go, okay, all right, and just relax.
Yeah.
So it feels like these kind of, I guess it feels like there's moments where I feel like I've stepped a little bit beyond where my whole being, like where it's all, like I feel like I went a little too far.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
There's like a tech support, like a tech support for me,
Yeah. Well, you just, over time you develop more skillfulness of being able to be with this, sort of out of controlness, and still be functional and have the people around you that you connect with be with them too. And there can be moments where it's a little iffy and a little frictional, but they tend to resolve themselves. Because you develop skill, you develop confidence, you develop ease, and people that care about you will tune into that, and they'll be along for the ride.
On the same subject, this week there was a situation that I wasn't reactive to, and when I noticed that I wasn't having any particular reaction to a situation that I might have in the past had an emotional reaction to, then when I noticed that, then this fear arose, and that was kind of interesting.
What did that feel like? I mean, what seems to be, what was that seem to be?
It felt like disorientation. It's like, it's like a way of knowing myself as the separate self is to have an emotional reaction.
Yeah.
So then the fear produced that, but it wasn't normal, so it didn't really work. And it felt like the fear was the fear of disorientation.
Yeah, but it's exactly the same phenomenon. And this can be a very long, drawn-out situation where you're kind of, a little bit torn between these two different modes, and they don't necessarily sit very well with each other. But reality wins in the long run. It's a lot like, the sort of the image of spiritual maturing and all these, and unfolding and all these kinds of things are floating around. And, there's some accuracy there, because the process of maturing is often sloppy. I mean, look at the teenage years. You're going from childhood to an adult, and you got to go through the teenage years, and they're generally not very pretty. So in the midst of these transitions, there can be friction. There can be, things that aren't working ultra smoothly together, and it's just the nature of the beast. Because you can't not be who you are. You have to be in your situation, and your nature has to go through this, and so you have to essentially you're integrating or confronting, let's say, your own stuff, your own patterning, let's say. So there's no way around it, and the consolation is that typically being able to be, even to any degree, with this more open mode creates a bedrock of richness, of fullness, of, you could call it, trust. And even if it's not in the forefront of your experience, it'll be there. And this will, again, just tend to increase and increase and increase as you go through this process. I'm sure you've already experienced this. So even as these sort of hiccups come up like that, they don't typically swamp the boat. I mean, you're not in a crisis center or a loony bin. You're here. So it obviously wasn't that bad.
No, the fear wasn't that big. But it was sort of surprising. And I realized the experience really was disorientation.
Yeah, because it shows that you still have portions of you which are relating to orienting to in your old ways, and these new ways are becoming more established, but the old ways haven't vanished. And they don't actually vanish, I mean, a funny thing happens. I look at the process of spiritual unfoldment as kind of having two poles. One is the pole of revelation, and the other is the pole of integration. There's always degrees of revelation. There's degrees of, oh wow, just really profound seeing, profound being in, revelation. And there's also a pole of integration. It's not like you leave your normal self and go into this amazing, wonderfulness, the amazing wonderfulness, your old self kind of gets mixed in with that. And that's what this process of integration is like. Because you're not leaving one thing and going to another. You are discovering that you are more than you thought you were, and yet what you thought you were is still there. The more is just sort of outwardly added on, like extra layers. It's kind of like when humans discovered that space wasn't a sphere with the stars painted on it. It was like actual space, and you could go in. All of a sudden, the Earth went from being everything to, wow, there's more. There's all this other stuff out there too. That's a part of the situation too, and it puts a very different light on things. But the Earth didn't go away when humans discovered outer space. Earth is in space, and likewise, the personal self doesn't go away when you discover the transcendental actuality, because it is that. It exists within that. It is an expression of that, and doesn't actually vanish.
But it does appear to be shifting. The personal self doesn't.
Yeah, it shifts because it's a different. The context is drastically different.
Yeah.
The personal self thought it was everything, and now it's learning that it's a very small part of things, and that's a very different context. But it doesn't completely vanish. It doesn't. It's not like you leave it or it gets turned off, or it's like, thank God I'm done with that.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you know what a snipe hunt is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I've been on one.
Okay. Well, for those who haven't experienced that, a snipe hunt is something like you tell someone who doesn't know any better that there's this amazing bird called a snipe, and they wait till night, they give you a bag, they lead you out into a field, and there's a run, and you hold the bag like this, and they say, now we're going to herd the snipe. It'll run right into the bag. And then they go back to the farmhouse and they have a beer and see how long it'll take before you figure out that there is no such thing as a snipe.
There was no herding when I did it.
Oh, okay.
I was out questing for it, but same idea.
So sometimes I feel like the guy out in the field with the bag.
Sure, yeah.
When it comes to this stuff.
Appropriately so. Appropriately so, because there's so much misunderstanding about what spirituality is. Within spirituality itself, I mean, within the promulgation of spirituality as a category, it's not malicious necessarily, but it's, I think a lot of people are not particularly clear about what the real point is. And so as a result, there's, it's kind of like you ask the guy for the directions. How do you get to Santa Monica? Oh, it's over that way a bit. It's like, well, yeah, it is over that way a bit, but that's not very useful information. You say it's over that way a bit, as opposed to like you go 4 blocks this way and take a left and make sure you stay in the left lane because you're going to have to, that's a little more precise. And again, so you can kind of categorize different spiritual approaches in terms of their efficiency, i.e. their directness. And, there's a lot of argument about, people, the majority of people aren't ready for a direct, short path. You got to give them this gradual stuff, have them do their non-grow and this and that and all that. And, that's fine, that's an argument. But I say, bullshit. I say, that's not necessarily so. This stuff is subtle, and you have to be able to find yourself having the capacity to do it, but you don't know before the fact whether you do have the capacity or not. And I say everyone has a capacity to some degree or another, because everyone is in this already. And, if you think spirituality is about some pie in the sky, you're going to be oriented towards pie in the sky. When you get that, oh no, it's just actually about this right here, all of a sudden that shifts the perspective drastically. And then, okay, so what do I do about this? And then, well, yeah, there may be real difficulties. There may be real psychological issues or issues of confusion that have to be dealt with, but you're dealing with them in the context of immediate application to the actual goal, rather than sort of elaborate, cultivate compassion kind of things, which is maybe fine advice, but like it's a little contextless. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just now thinking of like the Eightfold Path, but in a different way than I never thought of it kind of being applied to this. But anyway, I heard once that the Fool is at the beginning and the end of the tarot. I know you know a lot about the tarot, I don't. But I always like that idea, and I'm just, lately I think about, well, the Fool just sort of strategizing and conceptualizing on the cliff, but to really step off into the free fall is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I guess I see the sense of that more and the willingness of that more. I feel some fear about it, and I think, well, if I go in nature somewhere, or maybe there's supportive people, it'll be better, but, I mean, it makes sense. Other thing is, I've been thinking about sort of the nature of happiness, and I had this dream recently that I was dying, and pervading the dream was a sense of happiness, but not like any I'd ever known. And then a few days later I woke up and I realized, I'm in a state of bliss, which I'd also never known. And I once had an experience that had a sad song where the teacher was saying, happiness comes, happiness goes, unhappiness comes, unhappiness goes. And I started to laugh because I realized that happiness and that unhappiness occurred to me that doesn't exist as a fiction.
Right.
But this happiness it's what the self is made of, and as long as we're seeking it, then of course we can never find that which we are. But that is the human condition, isn't it? Or the fallen state, or the dualistic state, that we're projecting out there to borrow another phrase from someone, the relationships, objects, or situations that are going to make us happy. Yeah. But it can never happen because, I like chocolate ice cream, I always will, and that's fine, but this happiness, or is what I am, and maybe it's the Ananda piece because the Sada and Chit piece are maybe fairly easy, but the Ananda piece coming into play. So I hope that I only have to pay $2 for a cup of coffee now instead of $2.25 now that I know this.
Wouldn't that be nice? No, that's good. That's really good. And the thing about stepping off...
Nothing makes me... The other Fred Cloud, nothing in my life makes me happy, nothing ever will. Yeah. And that's a hopeful statement, because obviously, nothing's going to make me if I am that myself. I just have to wake up and see that instead of, I'm this separate individual, and then there are these things out there that are good and bad, and I want the good ones, and then I'll be happy, and that whole deal. Yeah. So.
Happiness and bliss are not particularly useful terms. I think a more accurate and a more accessible term might be something like fullness. Your experience is full, and that fullness is completeness. There's nothing missing. There's no gaps needing to be filled. Your experience it's like a dream. A dream is full of dream. And it looks the way it looks, and things come and go, but it's always 100% dream. There's nothing missing. It's not like dream needs to be found and accumulated. And likewise, the field of energy presence of your experience is completely full. It's always full. It's never empty. It's never lacking. And that fullness is very satisfying. I mean, it's a fullness of lusciousness. It's a fullness of... It's a positivity. Fullness may be a little too neutral a term. There's a positivity in this fullness. There's a feeling of, that is self-verifying. I mean, it's simply the fact, and it can be felt and so on and so forth.
What I don't see or feel is that I am the experience. And when I read about different people, they wake up and they are, not only are they one with the bird, but they are the bird, right. And I don't have that experience. Yeah.
Well, you come to it, and you come to it through being with your experience, like I'm recommending, as a field of presence. in whatever way that shows up for you. Just feel the actuality of the presence of the field of your experience, and feel that it is. Yeah, you feel. Is your field of experience here? I mean, you feel it? Is it present? It's undeniable, right?
Yes.
Well, feel that. Feel that presence. I mean, it doesn't feel like much. It's just like, yeah, okay, sure, my experience is present. So what? But really, feel that presence. It's like, what is it? What's doing that? And is there anything that's not present? Is the presence doesn't come and go, does it? The field of experience is present. I mean, it's real, it's actual. And just feeling that is not conceptual. And there's no you in that presence, and there's no not you in that presence. You see my hand, it is present in your experience. You feel your butt on the chair, it is present in your experience. That presence is not different than this presence. Experiential presence is one thing. And I mean, just that kind of just textual exploration, just feel that actuality, the presence of the field of experience, it's integrated because it is integrated. It is already one thing. And then in that context, as you familiarize yourself with that over time, you come to see that a separate self and all that's a relative abstraction. That it may be very familiar, and we may sort of take it for granted because we're so used to holding things that way. But in the context of this field of presence, it's really kind of arbitrary. And another thing about the whole stepping off the cliff thing, and this is kind of an allegory again, but it's quite relevant. When you're standing on the cliff, thinking of stepping off, it seems very threatening. It's like, what kind of fool would step off the cliff? I'm standing here and there's a cliff. I gotta fall? It's like, how could I trust that? I'm on solid ground. Why should I step off the cliff? But what actually happens is, you step off the cliff, and I'll show you what it's like. It's like this. There's no cliff. It feels like there's a cliff because you're catastrophizing it. You present it as this horrible, different thing. You actually step off and you didn't go anywhere. Nothing happened. Nothing changes. Because this that is right here is what's on both sides of the cliff. So the cliff is more imaginary than actual.
I was listening to your satsang last past Wednesday, and to paraphrase something, I don't remember exactly, but it was talking about the actuality is destroying everything all the time. And my mind sort of riffed on the Hindu triad of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously that would, be the characterization of Shiva, and then Brahma is, the actuality is creating everything all the time.
Right.
Where's Vishnu in this? I don't sort of get maintaining.
The Vishnu is the principle that things can seem to actually be. Conditions seem to be created, conditions seem to be present, and conditions seem to disappear. But all of that myth is a symbol of this actuality that is right here, of course. So this is Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. And it's a little heavy-handed interpretation, because of course the actuality is more subtle than any classification because it's intrinsically completely transcendental. It cannot be grasped, it cannot be analyzed. So the whole Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva allegory is just like a jumping off point for newbies. It points out something interesting, but then when you go to the phenomena itself, you discover it vastly transcends that simplistic way of looking at it. Because you can't find anything actually being created, you can't find anything actually present, you can't find anything actually being destroyed, and yet you can. So it's just not that simple. It's just not that simple. The way this is, what this is and the way it happens is inconceivably strange. Literally inconceivably. I'm not using that word inconceivable just for hyperbole. It is literally inconceivable. There's no way you can sort it out in the most elaborate. You can be the most brilliant genius that ever lived and ever was going to live, and you still won't be able to put what's going on here in any kind of coherent terms. It can't be done. It's too weird. It's too trippy. I mean, I could start saying some very true things about what's going on here, and it would be dizzyingly contradictory. There is no existence, for example. There is absolutely nothing happening. This is not here. That's a true statement. This is here. That's a true statement. I mean, you start looking at aspects of this, and there's no way to put it into any kind of coherence that even doesn't make sense. It's even beyond. Forget about making sense, but you can't even deal with it not making sense. It's like it's more farther. It's like you stepped up at bat. A big heavy hitter steps up at bat and farther. And you hit it farther. No, farther. Farther forever. And you still wouldn't catch this. And yet here it is right here, so you don't need to catch it. But, I mean, that really gives a sense of being able to be with this as it is how inconceivable, it's beyond inconceivably, dizzyingly, stupefyingly bizarre and weird. It's beyond that, way beyond that. It just is. That's how it is. That's what this actually is. What's going on here is beyond crazy. Yeah.
I just had the sense of something beyond crazy. I just thought it was kind of humorous. The game is to get rid of the sense of I,
Mm-hmm.
so if you just simply notice what you're experiencing, the sense of I can sneak in.
Right.
I'm experiencing this, I'm experiencing that, I'm experiencing that. So what you have to do is you say, okay, well, I'm going to notice the sense of I as part of my experience.
Right.
But since the sense of I doesn't exist in the first place, if you don't notice the sense of I, you're trapping yourself in it because you're unconsciously reinforcing it. But if you do notice the sense of I, you are noticing something that doesn't exist in the first place.
Yeah.
And it's that.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. The sense of I is a bit of a bugaboo because it neither exists nor doesn't exist any more or less than anything else.
Yeah.
So, you don't need to fixate on that I doesn't exist because the world doesn't exist in exactly the same way I doesn't exist, and yet the world does exist in exactly the same way that I does exist. So, I is a sense that, in an accurate sense that cannot be pinned down, just like the world is in an accurate sense that cannot be pinned down. There's a sense that there's a world here, and yet that's not true in many, many ways, and yet it is true that there can be a sense that there's a world here. Likewise, there can be a sense that there's an I here, and that is not true in many, many ways. And yet, there doesn't need to not be a sense of it, because the sense of anything being present doesn't require accuracy to be present as such. In other words, there's all kinds of hypothetical takes on things and interpretations of things which are completely inaccurate, which can yet be present in consciousness as modes, as takes on aspects of experience. And so you don't need to specialize. I isn't. Some spirituality has made I sort of the devil. Get rid of the sense of I. That's the problem, and that's kind of arbitrary. The sense of I isn't the problem. The sense of anything is the problem, and I is just a particular something. but it's no more it's no more or less important than any particular subject. You know, the basic criteria of spiritual ignorance is the sense that anything is something. In actuality, nothing is anything. It's not nothing, it's not non-existent, but it's not anything. In other words, you can't say what anything is, you can't feel, you can't even know what anything actually is. And that's reality. When the world feels like that to you, when the experience feels like that to you, when you are sitting in it in the fact that you don't know what it is, and you don't. And this is not actually a very far leap. No one has ever known what anything is, so it's not a stretch to get there. It's still self-evidently the fact. It's really more letting go of the arrogance and pretense of, no, but I do know what it is. I know what this is. I know what that is. I know what this is. Which, of course, we exercise unconsciously. And even that's not a problem because you don't know what that is. So the exercise of that is not actually creating problems. It's just creating apparent problems that aren't really problems. If that's not dizzying. Why don't we have a little 5-10 minute break? We'll have lunch in about an hour. So not too long a break, and then we'll have a good long break at lunch if that works for you.
Just a quick announcement. Did anybody come on a motor scooter?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that person, you moved your garbage can, she was totally...
I didn't move the can.
I can do that. You don't need to bother.
Oh, I didn't move
Patch
anything.
that up.
Since I'm holding the gavel, I can clank it any damn well time I feel like.
Right.
Right, absolutely.
Sometimes I find I'm sitting here and there's an effort, I think there's an effort to understand. But I think all I need to do, all I have to do is just listen passively as if this was any other conversation. Does that sound more likely?
Sure. I mean, you can play with it. There's a lot of different ways to be with information, let's call it. And you can't ever really know what's going on, so you can't ever really know the best way to do it. So it's really just kind of a matter of playing with it and following your intuition. I mean, listening is an art, and there's no right or wrong way to do it. And there's a lot of different ways to do it, and you can't. And since there is no right or wrong way of doing it, you can't really categorize for yourself how you're doing. So you just sort of wing it and do what feels most effective for you, I guess. I mean, the really interesting, or a really interesting and rather strange aspect of all this is that most of it happens very subliminally. This is not, spirituality is not about an exchange of information. It's not about, ideas being put out and you assimilating them. It's much more subtle and weird than that. It's more of the presence of a certain paradigm in your life in strange ways, and sometimes it's more explicit and sometimes it's less explicit. But virtually all of the action, the engagement happens below the level of consciousness, of self, of self-consciousness. So it's like an iceberg, So what seems to be happening is not the meat of the transaction, let's say. So, I mean, just that you're here is probably 99% of it, and then what you do here or not is icing on the cake largely.
That's why I thought just listening would be the purest one, and the other one is this is a conversation of self to self.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
So it's not a matter of self to a thinker.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. And what's happening is happening on many levels, most of which are not conversational, most of which are not verbal. So, and there's no way to get a handle on that anyway. Yeah.
So, if that's the case, does it really impact us in one way or another by coming to Busan?
Well, it may or may not. You know, you find out. It's that's an art form in itself too. You know. I mean, sometimes you come to these events, sometimes you don't, and they're all aspects and parts of your life, and they're all meaningful vehicles of you being you, and they're all taking you where you're going, to the extent there's a you and you're going anywhere.
So as you explore your own progress through this understanding of
Uh-huh.
unity of all things,
Uh-huh.
is there a point of consciousness that you do truly understand what red is, or does red never always become sort of an oblivious concept?
You actually come to understand what everything is, but red isn't actually red. You know, what's actually going on here is what I call radiant presence, which is
So red is an aspect of radiant presence?
yes, everything's an aspect of radiant presence. Radiant presence is like dreaming. Everything you see in a dream, what's actually present is dreaming. There's nothing there. In a dream you can see colors and shapes and sounds and textures and all kinds of experience, and all these things seem to be here. But if you got to the bottom of what was actually there, the only thing that's actually there is this mysterious property of dreaming itself. And it's the same way here. So it seems to be colors. There's no actual colors here. There's radiant presence here. And what radiant presence is cannot be said. It cannot be defined, but it can be known. In fact, there's nothing but it can be known because it is everything.
So then experiencing, as we've discussed it today, is in essence radiant presence.
Yes, exactly so. Totally. And you come to radiant presence by feeling experience. Because experience isn't really experience and feeling isn't really feeling. But radiant presence is what all of that is, and you come to that very directly through not trying to do anything else.
Feeling maybe, in this use of the word more, it would be more like experiencing radiant presence.
Sure.
Or being radiant presence.
Sure.
A more direct way of relating to that.
Sure, yeah.
Conceptualization.
Sure.
Conceptualization.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, feeling is kind of an invitation to be with experience non-analytically. But again, it's all just sort of vague metaphors, and none of it's very precise. But it doesn't need to be precise because it's intrinsic in radiant presence that as much as it generates precision, it is actually not precise at all. It's like a bursting forth. At any given instant it looks like there's all this precision present. But in actuality it's not like that. It's just like a big flash. All that's really happening here looks kind of like a flash going off in infinity. In actuality. And you can see it as that because it is that. But it also looks like this. So, and there's no way to make sense of that, so it's kind of silly to even talk about it. Yeah.
This is the third time this has happened at the time. Thinking maybe this would be a fruitful exploration or not. I find myself gasping.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I told myself there's various stories and opening up, the sides coming out. Well, I can tell a million stories. But whatever it is, it's right here and it's
Mm-hmm.
gasping.
Good. Yeah.
So, other than just going okay, and then being with everything else, is there any other way of looking at that kind of physiology?
Well, there's nothing to work with. The occurrence is the working with. I mean, that occurring is a symptom of your energy engagement, which is already occurring. In other words, that's an effect, not a cause. And what is an effect of is happening. So, and that is your very process. All this process of spiritual discovery and unfoldment happens on a very direct level of energy presence, on a very direct level of energy being. And obviously we're talking about it as this and that, and blah, 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 but all that's very superficial. What's actually happening is much more about you are here and the way in which you are here, and, comprehensively. And so that as this unfolds within itself, there can be all kinds of symptoms that can show up. It can be psychological symptoms, of emotionality and things like this, disorientation. There can be all sorts of physical symptoms. There can be health implications. There can be all kinds of things. Some of the stranger symptoms, you can have weird karmic symptoms showing up. You get all these synchronicities and stuff in the seeming outer world showing up, and it's like, oh, that's weird. What's up with that? But because what's actually happening here is what's doing all of that, and so all of that is just kind of a trickle down of the symptoms of this underlying energetic actuality unfolding within itself. So that when things like that occur, it's a sign of that unfoldment, and that's nothing in itself that requires attention. I mean, if it's severe enough that it requires some kind of coping strategy, then that's fine, but it's not essential. Sure. Spirituality is very, very, very strange. All the stuff we're talking about is really basically a smokescreen about the actuality. The actuality is very subliminal and integral. I used the example earlier of teenagehood. The unfoldment as you unfold from a child into an adult, you go through this weird process of teenagehood. But teenagehood is, with all of its acting out and symptoms and display and all of that is just effect. None of it is cause. The cause is the actually energy system itself reorienting itself in terms of hormones and so on and so forth. So what's actually going on is not the behaviors and the superficial stuff and the stuff you can talk about. What's actually going on is the entire system, radically, in a very basic way, reorienting itself. And exactly the same thing happens in spirituality. It's like you're metamorphosing into a different kind of being, a different way of being, on the level that metamorphosis occurs. Is a very primal level of transcendental energy existence, of which this is. This is actually nothing but transcendental energy. But it looks like normalcy. It looks like the material world. It looks like, subjects and objects and all that stuff. But it's actually this astounding transcendental subtle energy that is what it looks like, but is also behind the scenes of what it looks like, so to speak. And the whole thing sort of reorients itself in this process of spiritual unfoldment.
So this is like an impact into, you called it an energy system, and it's
Sure.
stirring it around.
It's not even necessarily an impact. It's not like something's coming in or something's going out. It's all symptomatic of something else. I mean, that this is occurring is a symptom of what's actually happening. Nothing that you see is actually doing anything. It's all symptom. It's all just like a readout. It's like when you can look at a computer, what's actually happening is electronic pulses in the CPU. All the readouts and displays is just readout. Nothing's happening on the screen. All the action is happening in the CPU, and the screen's just giving you a readout. Likewise, this is all readout. So this whole transaction, being in this room and me being here and all this stuff going on, is not an actual event. It's a readout of, or a symptom of an actual event, which is happening entirely in its own dimension, you might say.
Please say that another way.
Yeah.
Apples and pears.
No, I hear you. Try and come up with a good one.
Yeah, you got all the guys with that one.
Right, okay, yeah, all right. The chick-friendly version.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt this, but somebody was running up the red scooter. Did you come in park?
Let me explain.
I don't want any explanation. That's not spiritual at all.
No. Trash cans here at all. When I came over, I made sure I was here.
It was right in my driveway.
No, I didn't move any trash cans. Oh my.
Which brings us to ordinary life.
Well, the simplest way to put it is maybe in, think of it in terms of life urges. Like, for example, if you look at the cycle of the seasons and you watch the way plants behave, in winter they tend to, some plants go dormant, and in spring they flower and there's new growth, and then in summer they bear fruit, and then fall comes and they drop the fruit and go dormant again. So all of that occurring, so when there's flowers on the tree, the flowers are there as a symptom of the life force of the tree welling up and creating the flowers. So the flowers are an effect. They're not really a cause of anything.
Yes.
Is that any better? Any different even? in other words, there are intrinsic conditions that generate, or let's say intrinsic nature that generate apparent conditions. And the intrinsic nature is where the action really is.
Thank you. I'll have to think about that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, this occurrence that just happened, that's what we deal with on a certain level. And that has a reality too.
I don't understand, compared to what?
Well, I mean, you can't just say, this woman is, you have to deal with her. And you have to deal with the situation.
Sure. Dealing happens.
Pardon?
Dealing happens.
Okay. But I mean, that is also a reality.
It's this reality. It's not, there's no also about it.
But I mean, it's not, it's at a different level of
No.
understanding.
No, there's no levels of understanding. There's energy systems being what they are, interacting, you could say. So in other words, suppose you're driving along and you see a red light up ahead. You might come to a stop. Another person might floor it. Because they're a different energy system than you. That situation, the lady comes in here all indignant. If she was someone else, she might not have been all indignant. But she's who she is in this circumstance that happened, through whatever unfoldment of events led to that. And her way of dealing with it is doing what she's doing, whatever that is. And then people's responses to that is whatever the way they are. For example, everyone, there's, 20-some people in this room. Everyone who's in here had a different subjective feeling about it when she came in here. There may be a certain consensus and certain words or descriptions superficially you might use describing it, but in actuality, the way it impacted each individual would be in different ways, because you're each a unique energy system in terms of the way you work and the way you react to things.
But my own energy system, if I'm in this room and I'm working on being present, my reaction is different than if I'm not, I don't know what the word is, but not so benign.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Because you're present in other situations. When you're out in the world, when you're in a store or something, you're present, aren't you?
not in the same way that I am present here.
Is it really not in the same way?
It really is not.
In what way is it different?
Well, it has to do with awareness. I'm not as aware of my surroundings or myself when I'm in ordinary life and something like that happens.
Okay, so degrees, you could say apparent degrees of awareness happen.
Okay, yeah,
That's fine.
but that's different.
Different than what?
I guess I'm saying that both of those are real when I'm not so.
Well, they're not both of those. It's the same condition. It's just a range of the same condition.
Say it again.
It's the same condition, but it's in a range. In other words, when you're awake, let's take a more extreme example. So when you're awake or you're asleep,
Right.
and not dreaming. Say you're in deep sleep. Say you're just falling
Which I'm
asleep and
not
you're just
ordinary awake and ordinary sleep.
yeah, whatever. Sure. I mean, like what you might say. You can look around and look at the clock, or you lie down in your bed and you close your eyes and eventually you're like, what? Whatever. You can't even say. So those are you could say in many ways, very different conditions.
Right.
But the ways in which those conditions are different is just superficial. What's actually happening is the same thing, which is the field of your experience being present. But it's in a different portion of the range of the ways in which it can appear.
Okay, this thing you call superficial, though,
Mm-hmm.
is the way most of us function in life.
Well, sure, superficiality is there, but everything is there.
Okay.
Superficiality is not divorced from deeper processes. It's all connected. It's all right. I mean, the way you are superficially is integrated with the way you are on deeper levels. The way you are consciously is integrated with ways that you are unconsciously, right?
Well,
It's part of what makes you
I
you.
don't know that I experience it that way, but I accept the philosophy of it. Yeah.
And yet there's a range of what that can look like. There's a range of the superficials can occur in. So suppose you're in a meeting like this and you're being with your awareness in a certain way and you're classifying that as a certain kind of awareness or whatever, right? A certain kind of being present. Okay, yeah. Or you're out in the store and people are annoying you or whatever. As you might say, that's different. But it's not actually different in kind. It's just a different sort of a version of the same thing. It's an aspect of a different part of the range of what waking experience can look like. And you are still there. Your awareness is still there. You are still there. You're still you in that situation, right? Just like you're you in this situation.
Right.
And the you that's being brought into play. Or another example might be. Suppose you have a skill that you're very skilled at. Suppose you've spent all your life painting or knitting or drawing or something. When you're engaged in that activity, you are very focused and very engaged and very specializedly functioning, which might be very different than if you're just out pumping gas or in a supermarket or something.
Right.
But you're not actually a different person. You're not actually not you. You're just displaying a different range of the superficial engagement.
Okay. So then, but when one experiences what you call the yoga of Reiki,
Mm-hmm.
then that's a totally different realm.
It's not different. It's just seeing what the realm is. It's not actually different than this. It's just noticing what this is.
Okay.
It's noticing what's actually present here, outside the context of your interpretations.
Okay.
In other words, you could say there's two things present here. There's what's actually present, and then there's maybe seemingly a layer of your interpretations of what you could think or describe as present. So if someone asks you, oh, what happened today? And you said blah, 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 that's a narration, i.e. interpretation. The interpretation is not what actually happened. It's a version of what actually happened. It's like a simplification of what actually happened. And likewise,
Distortion.
well, it ends up being a distortion just simply because no narration can include the multidimensionality and the information depth of actual presence.
Right.
And so simply we get distracted by our narrations, by our interpretations. But that distraction happens in the context of actual presence. Right? Your experience doesn't stop just because you're off thinking about it. You don't stop experiencing just because you're thinking. And so this yoga of radiant presence is simply shifting your attention from orienting to interpreting towards orienting to what's actually present. And it doesn't even mean stop. You don't need to stop interpreting. Just don't let it absorb all your attention. A good example might be, suppose there's a TV on in the corner of the room. You can get sucked into the TV and just be like zombied out on it. Or you can withdraw your attention and look around the room, and you don't need to shut the TV off necessarily, but you don't need to be totally absorbed in it. So this is analogous to the ways we are with our sort of narration or interpretation. Now, much of this happens unconsciously, so we aren't doing it deliberately. But the normal modern human mode is to be very absorbed in an interpretation, be absorbed in a narrative, to say to have some handle on what's happening, what am I doing here, what's going on here, what's going to be happening, and so we have all of these sort of versions out there, this sort of story of interpretations of what's going on. Now that's like the TV that's on in the corner of the room. But what's going on in the rest of the room is all the rest of your experience, which is actual real-time experience of light, of sound, of feeling, of all these other things, which completely transcend your descriptions of it, right? Just because they're more information dense, they're more subtle, they're more multidimensional. So your interpretations are maybe arguably a version of what's actually present, but it's a very paltry, stick figure version, as opposed to the technicolor actuality. And so this yoga is simply withdrawing your absorption from your interpretation of what's going on and letting yourself feel directly, more intentionally, the full field of actual experience that's happening in all the fields of your experience. So just everything that's happening outside the context of what you're thinking it is. So that's the difference. And it's not actually different because even when you're lost in your interpretations, your experience hasn't gone away. It's not like you ever were not engaged in the rest of it. You just are more focused on the interpretations.
You say you are experiencing this radiation even though you're
Of
not
course.
aware of it.
Of course. You don't stop, just because you're thinking, you don't stop seeing. Just because you're thinking, you don't stop hearing.
But this is beyond seeing and hearing what we're talking about, isn't it?
Well, it may be beyond it, but it's one and the same. It's one with it. Because seeing and hearing is beyond seeing and hearing. Seeing isn't a simple thing. The idea of seeing may be simple, but the actual presence of vision experientially is infinitely subtle and nuanced. So seeing itself is beyond seeing. Hearing is beyond hearing. Thinking is beyond thinking. Experience itself is beyond what you think it is. And it already is that. It's not like you need to somehow transcend, okay, here's my normal experience, now let me get beyond this special stuff. The experience itself is the special stuff, but we don't let ourselves notice it. We sort of dumb it down. We say, it's just seeing this, it's just light, just color. But if you are with the seeing, without thinking of it as just seeing, you're just no words, no ideas, just present. What is it? Does it have any limits? Is it simple? It's infinitely open and subtle and complex and nuanced and astounding. And of course, this applies to all the different aspects of our experience. And this is always going on whether we're noticing it or not, because our experience doesn't shut down when we're lost in interpretations. But typically, we get distracted by the interpretations so severely we don't let ourselves notice the actual qualities that are present in our actual present experience. transcendence is an actuality. It's not something we need to get. We don't need to transcend our experience to get to transcendence. We just need to notice what our experience is, and we discover that it is transcendent because it's not what we think it is.
So when we're caught, we want not to be caught. I mean, something in us wants not to be caught
Uh-huh.
and to experience
Uh-huh.
more.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
Well, you can do that.
Well, I mean, how do you remind yourself?
You remind yourself by finding it in your life that you find yourself occasionally reminding yourself. I mean, you come to meetings like this, so the reminding happens from time to time, and you reminded yourself to come to the meeting. So that is. I mean, you might say technically, we say karmically, that's an aspect of your life that this is becoming a more relevant actuality in your experience. You're coming to meetings like this, you're having discussions like this, so that means that that is the reminding. So the reminding is actually present in your experience to some degree, and yeah, sure, and that is the spiritual path. Is just having this. Knowing that it's there even is the spiritual path, and it, by its very nature, tends to deepen, tends to increase, tends to strengthen and become more and more. It does itself. It's not like you need to do it, because you have a native intelligence, and that intelligence applies itself and develops skills in being able to be with this more artfully.
I just want to go back and ask you if I understood correctly. Were you saying that the root, which is underground, which we can't see, develops the outcome, determines the outcome?
Sure, you can say that.
That's it.
Sure. It's not as simple as that, but that's a nice image. Or another example might be the waves on the ocean. You see the waves on the ocean and you think the waves are just waves, but the waves are the outcome of vast currents within the ocean and interacting with vast currents in the atmospheric system and temperature exchanges and so on and so forth. So these little waves that are just there are symptoms of these vast systems of forces interacting enormously. So, in other words, what you see specifically as a particular event is typically a symptom of more relatively vast underlying energies playing themselves out.
Thank you, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I got this image of a movie set that we've built that we've called reality.
Mm-hmm.
And there's big gaps in it, but we said, no, this is it. So we run around in circles on the movie set when at any point we can step out.
Yeah, because the set is open. It's not actually enclosed.
Yeah,
sure.
It's just facades.
Yeah, and this is that's a good example of the way in which we inhabit our interpretive universes, our worldviews. We typically have a typically unconscious worldview, which is basically a more or less coherent, a more or less complete interpretation of what things are and what's going on, and we feel like we're inhabiting it. But the actuality, that set exists in the context of actuality. Actuality is what's actually here, and then the set is abstracted within that. So here's the set sitting there, but the set is sitting in actuality. So we're never actually cut off from actuality. But typically, because we're so obsessed with the set, even though actuality is completely present, we may not know it because we're so distracted by the soap opera. Yeah. It's very attractive because at a certain level of karma, let's call it, it seems to be what this is about. Winning the game of life. Win friends and influence people, make money, get laid, and all this stuff. But as maturity develops, we begin to get that, there's other aspects to this that aren't directly a part of that, and what's up with that? How do I fit into that? How does that fit, and what's going on? And when we begin to spontaneously come to intuiting that, then obviously we start checking these kinds of things out and poking our heads outside the set and looking around. Yeah.
Thanks, Dan. A question that I've had in the last few weeks that I brought up, it just kind of popped up in the last couple of weeks. Simple question of like, what is it that actually goes to sleep and what is it that actually wakes up? Having this real like that inquiry, and I'm watching like my partner go to sleep and then wake up myself, or they're up there and then I thought and then up, there's like.
Are you talking about in a physical sense or in a spiritual sense?
I'm saying actually in a physical sense.
Physical sense. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the way I would look at it is not in terms of what goes to sleep, but what happens when what we call sleep occurs, which is that the presentation changes. We are experiencing the field of presence on a different level, and of course it looks very different on that level. It might be analogous to looking at the ocean on the surface with the waves or going down into the deep currents. It looks very different in those two ways. It's the same thing, but it's a different view of it. So, what this is, what you are, is one thing, but it looks very different from different vantage points. And the waking you might arbitrarily, let's say, there's three dominant states: waking, sleep, and dream. And maybe some other states as well in there, but these are the ones, the typically acknowledged ones. They're views of the same condition, but they're from a different vantage point. And in actuality, they're all always occurring concurrently. Right now, the sleep state is occurring in your awareness, as well as the dream state occurring in your awareness. But the waking state may be dominant, so that's the one that you're focused on, or seems to be there. But if you look for it, you can probably find a sleep state, and you can probably find a dream state. I mean, typically our dream state is a kind of when we're awake, is a kind of a background daydreaming, interpreting kind of a thing. And it's typically not very dominant unless we're spacing out heavily or something. And you can go to that. I mean, you can really go into a daydream where you're really in that pretty heavily, even when you are technically awake, and so on and so forth. Or you can go lucid in a dream, which is an example of the waking state, a waking condition intruding into a dream state, and so on and so forth. So these states aren't actually separate conditions so much as they are different views of the same condition.
And deep sleep would be maybe said like a void, or the physical sleep without dream.
Right.
Sense of nothingness coming.
It's not really nothingness. There's a lot of information present, but it's not particularly coherent, and it's not being processed in terms of coherence. So it's not anything in particular, and the consciousness is not engaging with it, trying to put it together into anything. And exactly what that is and why it happens and how it happens is inscrutable. But those same issues are inscrutable in everything across the board. So it's essentially a miraculous occurrence. But the important point is that these states are essentially different views of the same condition. We typically, I think, in just sort of the general modern sort of a consensus reality worldview, we tend to be waking state chauvinists. Most people think the waking state is the real condition. This is what's really happening. This is what we really are. And when I go to sleep or I'm dreaming, I'm departing from reality. And then when I wake up, I'm back in the world. I'm back in reality. But this is a very arbitrary way of seeing things, and it's culturally specific. course, the Aboriginals have dream time, which they consider to be much more real than the waking condition, and so on. So they're dream chauvinists, like we're waking chauvinists, and so on and so forth. But all of these different conditions are a view of the same thing, which is views of the field of your experience, which is the only actuality. And the field of your experience is not based in anything. It can't be. Everything appears within it, nothing whatsoever. It's not subsidiary to anything. It's not secondary to anything. It's not dependent upon anything. It's a miraculously occurring field that all of reality exists within. And sometimes it looks like the universe, the waking universe. Sometimes it looks like deep sleep. Sometimes it looks like a dream. It looks however it looks, but it never becomes anything else. In other words, what it is independent of what it looks like. You don't lose anything when you go to sleep. You don't gain anything when you wake up or you start dreaming. And we know this intuitively on a very deep level because we don't feel threatened when by sleep. We welcome it because we know we're not losing anything. Even though the waking state, the conscious mind is essentially being shut down largely, we don't mind because we have the feeling of continuity, no problem here, because, hey, nothing's being lost, nothing's being threatened. And this is an indication of the fact that is the case, that, you know, what you are does not change as these different apparitional conditions appear and go through their changes.
I guess along these lines, in deep sleep, deep dreamless sleep, it would appear as if there's no awareness, no presence, no engagement.
Right.
So my question is, once, to use the metaphor of the finish line, once the finish line is crossed, is there a different experience of deep sleep or simply a different understanding of deep sleep?
Different experience.
Different experience.
Well, the experience isn't actually different, but the access to it is different. I can try and tell you what that's like. Well, our view of deep sleep is very biased by the fact that we're awake when we're talking about it. So you can't remember deep sleep, so it seems like nothing from the waking condition. But that's more of a function of how they don't compute in terms of each other. As you gain realization of your actual condition, you gain access to all of its modes more directly, because you become freer of linearity. You don't need things to make sense. You don't need things to be coherent. So you're intrinsically less attached to waking state modes, which makes the sleep state less alien. And so there becomes much more of a continuity between waking, sleep, and dream state. Also, you become aware of the fact that you're always aware. Your awareness does not actually come and go. There's a primal awareness of you which persists constantly, which does not wax or wane, and you gain a clear identification with that, let's call it, or it looks like access to it or whatever, that you actually have all the time, but for some reason there's a strange forgetfulness where you don't seem to recall it. You know, in the waking state, you can't remember that you were awake when you were in deep sleep. But that's more of a function of the bias of the waking state point of view than actuality. In actuality, you are aware in deep sleep. Deep sleep is an experience. It's a very rich experience, but it's a very nonlinear experience. It's a very incoherent experience. So, since the waking state is largely oriented, the way we typically approach it is largely oriented towards linearity and sort of coherence, the deep sleep is, just so opposite, it's so alien that it just we blank out when we think of it. We can't remember what it's actually like when we're not in it. But the same thing happens in deep sleep. You can't remember what the waking state's like. When you're in deep sleep, you don't know that you were ever awake. It's fascinating, but it's true. It's a lot like when you're dreaming, you don't remember that you were ever awake. When you're dreaming, you think, well, this is life. This is the world. Here I am. I'm just doing my thing, doing my stuff. Right? And I mean, you may have some degree of lucidity, which is actually an intrusion of waking state mode into the dream state. But if you don't, and even if you do, I've been lucid in dreams where I didn't know that there was a waking state. I was just, wow, this is amazing. But it was no context of relative to a waking state. In the waking state, we can seem to remember that there was a dream state and there was a deep sleep state, but we can't remember very accurately. It's difficult to really be in the dream state from a waking state perspective. You can remember it, and I mean, we typically, or let's say many people, think of dreams as these cloudy, vague things because that's what the memory of them seems like from the waking condition. But you can be in dreams and they can be very vivid, very present, very actual, very detailed, but it's difficult to access that or recreate that in memory from the waking state. So from the waking state, dreams seem very ghostly and sloppy and slippery, but from the dream state, not necessarily so. Dream states can be very, very concrete. It can be just as actual as this. Exactly. And the deep sleep state is even weirder in the sense that it is also an actuality that is not accessible from any other condition. In its own terms, it makes perfect sense, but when you try and think of it from the waking state, it seems like nothing. And again, from the dream state, sleep is not recallable either. So it's an interesting interrelationship. Should we break for lunch?
Sure.
Does that feel good? Or we could go another 10 minutes and break for lunch? Let's break for lunch. We'll be back in about a half an hour or so. Well, have a nice lunch. It's already done. It's all set.
So, about 3 weeks ago, a friend of mine died. And I was there for the last, day and a half of it. And I don't really know. This is the first time I'd ever experienced that. I've seen at other times in my life, I've seen on 2 other occasions people dying. But this was different because this was a friend. And, I've heard people in spiritual contexts talk about it, what a beautiful experience it is. It was just difficult.
Sure. For you, you mean, or just?
Yeah. I don't know to what extent he was in his body at that point anyway.
Right.
I have a suspicion that it wasn't that much. But still, it's kind of, the experience of that is kind of hanging around. And I just don't know what to do with it. So whatever you want to say about that.
Well, let's see. These kinds of things take care of themselves. I mean, it was a friend of yours, so someone you cared about, someone there was some karmic investment in, there was a meaningfulness in their expression, and having that leave your life, is provocative in terms of, raising the issue of unresolved aspects about, that whole karmic stream is all of a sudden sort of closed off and you're left hanging. And so there's a wake, a ripple left over from the event that still sort of persists in the stream, But these things settle themselves and integrate themselves of their own accord, of course, over time, like everything does. These things are interesting too because they raise issues of identification. They're not just, they're sort of double layered events, because on the one hand there's the sort of direct energy presence and so on of the engagement with this person, and on the other hand there's sort of conceptual or interpretive aspects in terms of the whole issue of death, the whole issue of whatever you're interpreting them to be, interpreting yourself to be, interpreting the relationship to be, and so that all of that is sort of left hanging too, sort of on its own, in its own milieu, or on its own level, you might say. And it's provocative. It raises questions, it raises issues, it stirs up, just implications that are again kind of left hanging, left sitting in the mix to sort themselves out, settle themselves out.
I would say, because I knew that this could be an outcome. And I was still there. It felt like that was the right place to be in those occasions, the right thing to do, where I needed to be. And I'd say he was probably a lot more at peace with the situation than I was. He certainly had lost a lot of the body identification years ago through a series of realizations. So I mean, and there's stuff here that is undoubtedly karmic because as a child I was spent a lot of time in the hospital, and my first experience with somebody with dying was somebody I was sharing a room with when I was 5 years old in the hospital, and just remember being out in the hallway, looking at his dead body, and feeling helpless, like I should have been able to do something, all that. So it touches that. It touches my own fears in that time because there was a lot of tacit communication that I could end up like that in a very immediate time frame in that period of my life. And all that was very messy and not well handled at all at the time. So it's all that. It's not just the event itself.
Well, this raises a broader issue, which of course is the issue of karma, the issue of these circumstances, often perplexing or conundrum-y type circumstances that present themselves in our life, maybe as big events or maybe on an ongoing basis. And the whole theory of, well, what do you do about that? The very nature of karma is just to go through it. The experience of karma is the processing of karma. And again, the integration, the sort of the lessons you learn and so on is intrinsic in the event itself and the experience itself and will take care of itself. So there's nothing extra needing to be done. We don't need to make sense of or analyze or figure out any of these things. We just really need to experience them, and the going through it provokes an energy shuffling or rebalancing or something, which is really the essence of the transaction, and it does itself. So again, the question of what to do about karmic type events is live them. And of course, that applies pretty much across the board to life in general. The solution to your life is to be you. And that's 100% sufficient in a very strong sense. I mean, it's not just like kind of the default mode. It's actually the effective mode.
Yeah, I guess I thought ahead of time that I was prepared for it. Not really.
Well, actuality is always the most powerful teacher. It's putting it in a slightly different context, but I was talking more specifically earlier about what I call this yoga of just being with the actuality of your present experience. But in a very, very profound way, that is the most accelerated way to go through your karma. Being with this moment really fully is karmic processing on hyperdrive in a strange way. And sort of the plodding version of just sort of going through your karma and being a person and going through your life. The default way,
safe stuff.
Yeah, the default way is a much less. It does the same thing, but it's a much less efficient method. Yoga of Radiant Presence is is karmic integration on steroids. Even though you're just sitting here, it's just hanging out, nice Saturday afternoon, and yet there's because the multidimensionality of what is discovered here is very eventful in its own terms, in completely irrational terms, completely nonlinear terms. You can't say how that's so, or why that's so, or even how that works, or what's going on with that. But if you are with the actuality of your real-time experience, you will notice that it's just rich, it's pregnant, there's all of this subtle eventfulness, endlessly subtle, and subtler and subtler and subtler and subtler and subtler and so on forever. And all of that is the very nature of your energy field, which is what your karma is. Your karma is like a long, slow, drawn-out readout of your energy field. And being with the actuality of the present moment is being with your energy field sort of vertically rather than horizontally, you might say. And it is as integrative, and it's profoundly efficient. I mean, I really can't overemphasize the amazing power and efficiency of this simply of actuality. Actuality is the most powerful thing there is. I mean, if you think about it, that's kind of a no-brainer, kind of even a stupid thing to say. But the simple fact, the simple presence of actuality as your real-time experience is truly astounding. It's truly astounding. And of course, this is what we find in karmic situations, but you find it always. It's always the case. That's kind of a slight divergence from your topic, but it's essentially the same thing in another
where I was going.
Yeah. Good. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Sure.
What's the meaning of karma again?
Well, karma is the patterns that seem to appear in your experience.
Okay, so is there a point when karma stops appearing, those patterns?
No, the patterns never stop, but they stop being karma because you stop seeing them as patterns. You've discovered they're infinite. Because then you discover that the patterning of them, per se, is an oversimplification. The patterning of your karma is a lot like seeing animals in the clouds. The animals never go away, but they were never really there. And likewise, karma is like that. Karma is sort of the narration of your life, of what seems to be happening in your life on various levels. And it's always an oversimplification. What's here is actually infinite. It's literally infinite, just in terms of the amount of data, and its dimensionality, and so on and so forth. When you see that fact, when you see the actuality of that fact, the patterning disappears. It doesn't stop. It doesn't actually disappear, but it seems to not be accurate. Just like when you really get what the shape of the cloud, you get that the animal is. You can still see the animal in the cloud, but it's not really there, and the cloud is so much more than that. The cloud's not actually limited to the animal. The animal is just one very, very partial way of seeing infinite complexity. And our karma is like that. So when we see the apparent patternings in our lives simplistically, it seems like these events, and we react to these events as if they're important. Our friends, our relationships, all these kinds of things are actually oversimplified interpretations of a subtler, richer sort of informational presence. I mean, there's no words for this. So the trick is to get to that richness, and then you're dealing with your karma, but you're dealing with it on a level that is much deeper than the superficialities of life.
So the patterns or the surfaces, they're still appearing, like you're saying, with the animals in the clouds.
You can say, look at it this way. Look at it this way. Think of a pattern as an interpretation. Oh, that cloud looks like a poodle. Is an interpretation of that. The shape of that cloud reminds me of a poodle. But that's only one possible interpretation. Now, how many possible interpretations? It's like a Rorschach blot. How many possible interpretations could you have of it? As many as you want. And when you start to be with this patterning more flexibly, you stop being locked into one interpretation, and you start getting that there's all of these different sort of versions of your karma, and many of them are completely contradictory. You know, on some of the versions of your karma, you're a crashing failure. In other versions of your karma, you're an amazing success. In other versions of your karma, you're this, you're that, you're the other. And when you see the truth of that, then you're unstuck from any particular interpretation in a very strong way, not just in a simple way. You literally can't tell what's happening. It's not that you stop experiencing what's happening, but you can't say what it is anymore. And when you can't say what it is, it stops being karma because you're not stuck in it. I don't know if that came across clearly.
It would seem like an amazing place to be comfortable with that, to be comfortable with like all interpretations are possible, but because they're all, I guess, that they're not, from a more identified point, you want to have this interpretation and never have that interpretation.
Yeah.
So now the whole field opens up.
Yeah.
But you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, but it's actually, it turns out to be a much more comfortable place to be because it's very unstuck, it's very unentrapped,
yeah.
It's very unlimited, and it's not, there's a kind of, what's the word for it? But like nothing sticks to it. It has no hooks. It has nothing for anything to catch on. I don't know how to put that.
Oh, I got that. Yeah.
And so in actuality, it's a lovely it's a lovely condition to be in. It's not the typical condition because most of us are more used to clinging to our definitions and all that. But by doing so, we create pain for ourselves. You know, we literally create the pain. You know, if you have a mode of a version of yourself you're claiming to be you, then all of a sudden you have to defend it, and it's vulnerable, and it's incomplete, and it's got flaws, and all this other stuff. And like, what do you do about that? And all of a sudden you have this huge problem that you're confronted with. Whereas when you're just, I don't know, there's no problem. Yeah, I mean the whole feeling tone of that is ease. It's just effortlessness. Yeah.
My question is about meaning. Now I'm looking at meaning.
Uh-huh.
And meaning seems to be the same as interpretation.
Right.
Is that correct?
No.
No.
That is what most people think meaning is. Most people think meaning is interpretation, which is a very simple linear meaning. It's a paltry meaning. It's a meaning, in terms of the discussion we just had, is a karmic meaning. It's a meaning that is limited and limiting and inflicts suffering. The actual meaning is the multidimensional intelligence of all expression, of all being. And it can't be said, the true meaning can't be said, because it's too multidimensional, it's too non-specific. And yet the meaning is profound. I'll give you an example. The understanding meaning like this is very simple experientially. Like, pick a person in the room and just feel who they are. And you'll feel it's like tasting an exotic dish or listening to a strain of music or something. There's a definite, rich flavorfulness there. There's a quality that people have that's very distinct. I mean, you look at one person, look at another person, they feel completely different. Just in their themness, just the feeling of their aura, the feeling of their of their flavor, it's a profound meaning. It's an actual meaning, but you can't say what it is. I mean, you can sort of manufacture some bullshit, but it won't be very comprehensive, and it won't really capture it. You know what I mean? It'll be very superficial. And the actual meaningfulness is like that. You know, everything has a profound. Like I'm looking at this piece of furniture here in front of me. It has a profound flavor. It has a profound meaningfulness. In many, many dimensions, in all kinds of ways. And I could collapse that down to sort of a simple, gosh, it's kind of a modern, strange construction, but it has a clever juxtaposition of grains on the top that make it sort of mathematically interesting. I mean, blah, 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 blah. But that's very, very superficial. The flavor that it has is immediately present, and it's non-linear, it's non-conceptual. It's an actual flavor. It's literally a flavor. It's a qualitative, flavor. I'm trying to find a better word. We don't really have language for this kind of thing. But these things are very distinct. And everything has flavor, and all flavors are infinite. It's like you take a mint leaf and you put it in your mouth and you bite into it. And you say, well, it tastes like mint. Yeah, it tastes like mint, but what is that? It's a universe of flavors. It's an explosion. It's a very specific quality. It's a meaningfulness. Mint means mint. But what that is just like this universe of qualities and nuances and aspects and so on and so forth. So this points out the difference between the inherent meaningfulness, the meaningfulness of actuality, of reality, versus interpreted meaningfulness or meaningfulness through analysis. And anything you can say is by default is an interpreted meaningfulness.
So meaningfulness is not, because in some ways it's used meaningfulness is purpose.
Mm-hmm.
When I said the word meaning,
Right. A lot of people, yeah.
It implies to me purpose.
Exactly. A lot of, and that's very common in terms of the definitional mode of meaningfulness, because we think the meaningfulness is like, what use is it to me? What can I do with it? What good is it in my life? What purpose does it have? What can it be used for? Or what is it? But this is a very partial and, let's say a cloud. A cloud has no purpose, but it has profound meaning. It has a profound qualitative presence, flavorfulness, let's say. Cloud feels very different than a mountain. Cloud feels very different than a star. What's the meaning of a star? What's the purpose of a star? In human terms, nothing. But again, that's in human terms is in terms of interpretation, in terms of description. But the actual meaning of everything, including of humans, because human meaningfulness doesn't actually have meaning. It's all, our purpose is not what we think it is. What human descriptions of purposefulness are not accurate. Because what we're doing is not what we think we're doing. The purpose of our life is not what we think it is as humans. My purpose of life is to, live out my years and stay healthy, or whatever, right? Blah, blah, blah. That's not the actual purpose. The purpose of my life is the upwelling of my life force expressing itself as it does, which is totally irrational, totally indescribable. Anyway, that's a bit of a rambling.
So that's more, well, the interpretation would be more of a mental,
Yeah.
mental exercise.
Yeah. And it's always very partial. But there is an inherent meaningfulness in the actual flavor that things have. I mean, that's the message, that's the real important information, is that energy presence has meaning, has content, has import, has intelligence. Intelligence and meaningfulness are synonyms. There is a profound intelligence in all energy, and that intelligence shows up as the way that energy presents itself, the flavors that it presents itself, and the characteristics.
So it's doing what it's doing for a reason.
Yes.
In other words.
Yes, but it's not a reason that it makes any sense in human terms. I mean, dinosaurs existed for a reason, but it's not a reason you can say. It's not a reason that makes any sense. Life needed to be dinosaurish for a while for its own purposes. Now it needs to be humanish for a while. So.
Is I like it, or I don't like it, a flavor by your definition?
In a way, yes. In a way, no. What you like and what you don't like is a flavor. In other words, you take a bite of something and it hits you right away, and you go, "God, I don't like this at all." Let's say, and what you're reacting to is a flavor, is its meaningfulness. But the reaction itself, saying it like or dislike, is too simple. You know, the actual reaction to qualities is like a spectrum. You know, you have a billion reactions to things, and to just break them down to like or dislike is way oversimplified. You dislike things you dislike very differently, right? There's nuance in there, there's subtlety. So again, it's a matter of being wary of oversimplifying. But what you react to is actual qualities. Sure, there's things that resonate well with you. There's things that don't.
But the resonance is not enough. I understand this. I need to dig into why it's relevant.
Not so much that. The resonance is why. The resonance is the flavor. The way it impacts you is mechanical. Let's say it's energetic. You know, you bite into something. You don't need to think about it to know how it strikes you. Right? It's just you have the experience, and the experience is what it is, and that is the information. And then you might characterize it in various ways, which is always a simplification. But the experience of eating something or of experiencing something is its flavor, is its impact immediately, without any process. It's very direct.
I guess my question would be then, is life richer if I taste it and say, oh, that's cinnamon?
No. It's richer if you don't.
Or if I just say, I like it?
Sure. Or just go, wow. Best of all, just wow. You can say wow to whether you like it or not. You know, it's very seductive to get caught up in our interpretations. And generally that's a challenge because it is so seductive and so easy to do. And there's no problem with interpretations in themselves. Interpretations are fine. The only problem is that it may distract us from appreciating the fullness of direct experience, which is where the true life is, which is where the fullness is.
Sometimes during the week, mostly at work, I'll reflect on this. And when I notice that then there's a desire to drop that and go to direct experience.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter whether I reflect or don't reflect, or I muse on this or don't.
Doesn't matter at all. Because, of course, musing is itself direct experience. Thinking is itself direct experience. You know, it's just a matter of having the subtlety to touch that. And duration doesn't matter. It's not like, oh, I need to be with this and just let go and be with it. Just touch it. Just you get this. Wow, yeah, bang, that's fine. So think of it as like checking in. It doesn't take much. Because you're, well, I could call it your deep self, but that's an absurdity. Most of you, yourself, is actually already in touch with this very profoundly. And you're really just sort of integrating, in a process of integrating with your deep self, let's say with your unconscious mind. In a profound sense, and you've probably heard me say this before, in a profound sense, a spiritual awakening is the merging of the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. And the path of that awakening is the path of that merging. And your unconscious mind is already completely engaged with all this stuff. It knows all this stuff. That's where it lives. That's its lifeblood. And that's why it's unconscious to the conscious mind, because its modes don't make any sense at all to the logical mind. So, but when you have some degree of contact with this, simply just having a moment of contact, a moment of that, oh yes, just that feeling it, is integrative. The unconscious mind is touched, and the conscious mind is touched, and they mix. And that is the ongoing. That is the process. That is the nature of this. So it doesn't require a lot of effort or a lot of time or a lot of absorption. Just a brief contact every now and then. Just remembering, direct seeing. Just a little flash. I mean, just glance out the window and see a light, on a leaf or something. Just something that's just wow. And that's enough. Just that touch. Which is very paradoxical. Spiritual awakening is remembering what you already know, which just sounds completely paradoxical. So you're not going far. You're not achieving a lot. You're just getting to where you already are, in a very profound sense. So it's a very tiny little reorientation, a tiny little sort of a shift. And it doesn't take much. It doesn't take a lot of effort. But it can seem to take a protracted period of time. But that's not important. Don't worry about that. Just having this in your life at all, from time to time, the way that it is, it will do its work. However that works for you easily.
It's starting at the finish line.
Yeah. And we can do that because we already are at the finish line. I mean, there's sort of this image of remembering what you already know, or noticing what's already the case is a good one. It illustrates how slight this is. This is not a matter of, learning to speak Swahili or changing your gender or so. It's not like an extreme thing. It's just a tiny little shift. And wait a minute. Things aren't really like this. They're really like this, and they already are like that. So there's no effort to be redone. not like you need to change everything and reorganize everything and reorient everything. Just a tiny little shift.
Is it like dropping something? Dropping it.
It's like letting go of the idea that you need to hold on to something. You aren't dropping anything because there's nothing you're actually holding. The only thing you're holding is the feeling that you should be holding something. There's actually nothing to hold, and there never has been. But we like to pretend there is, and we cling to it, even though there's no it we're clinging to. So it's all very paradoxical. I mean, we think we have to do our lives. We don't. Lives are being done. And the simplest way to notice that is just try to not do your life. Nothing stops. Okay, I'm stopping now. What happened? Nothing. Okay, now I'm taking it up again. What happened? Nothing. In Dzogchen, when they're teaching Dzogchen meditation, that's a trick they give all the time. Okay, now meditate. Okay, now stop meditating. Okay, now meditate. Okay, now stop meditating. Okay, oh, are we meditating or not meditating? I can't remember. I lost track. The only thing that matters is the natural condition, and of course, being the natural condition, it already is the natural condition, so done deal. Finish line's already been crossed.
Until recently, I thought I had this belief that whenever I made a decision, I had to explain it to the interested parties.
Uh-huh.
And when I saw that, it stopped.
Good.
Then it's like kind of like you say, it's not like the animals in the clouds. It's just sort of happening that you can't turn it on and turn it off. You don't have to. Once I stop needing to explain why I chose this or that, all the variations, it's just like, oh, okay.
Let it load off, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, life does not need to be explained. Life does not need to be described. It doesn't gain anything from that. If anything, it's just a lot of work for nothing.
And interestingly enough, like what I find from interested parties, mostly my parents, is that they, once I stopped making explanations for my decision making, they do it for me. So I never actually have to worry about it.
And even when you were making explanations, they had their own version of that anyway, so why bother? It's redundant. I mean, that's the thing of it, is people are going to take things the way they're going to take them, whatever you say.
Yeah, and that became a good thing.
Like the woman across the street.
Oh, sure. Sure. She has her take on things, and that's fine, good for her.
You know, when that happens, maybe I just feel overwhelmed with pain.
Sure.
I feel it. I just feel hurt, suspicion.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. energy conditions work themselves out. It's like if a star explodes in the galaxy somewhere, it sends out all sorts of energy and clouds of gas and everything that impact whatever's around and interacts with it however it does, and the whole energy event just plays itself out and interacts with whatever's around it in accordance with the nature of what it is and what the things it interacts with are. And the same thing we see this on the human level, we see this on every level. We see it on the level of just physics. I mean, a rock falls, it hits whatever it hits, and it has the effect that it has, and the whole energy system, all the energy dissipates, and everything plays itself out in accordance with what it is, effortlessly.
Regarding that incident, I want to say like that my impression was that there was a purpose for that happening, which, here again, I'm looking for the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say there's something deeper beyond what met the eye. In other words, it wasn't really about the trash cans, but there was something deeper going on. And is that an interpretation, or is that a possibility of seeing deeper into a person's behavior?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty self-evident that
it wasn't just a
Yeah,
trash can,
sure.
there was something triggering.
Yeah, sure.
Like a trigger.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly.
So that's my.
It was the trash can is a convenient event itself is a convenient excuse for the enactment of some deeper meaningfulness psychologically, in terms of the expression of some frustration or trying to connect with, trying to find a culprit, or trying to, who knows what the specifics are, but I mean, most human functioning is on that order. Most human functioning is on the order of reenactment of in terms of convenient circumstances of deep psychological meaningfulness. So we, typically in terms of the psychology of our interactions, we look for, unconsciously, we look for situations that are convenient for us to enact a certain role or a certain energy that we find meaningful to enact as a way of exploring our own energy, and so on and so forth. But I mean, this is pretty, I think it's fairly obvious.
But then again, on the deeper level, this incident is somehow serving her realization. Would that be?
Of course, everything serves realization, because realization is realization of what one is, and that's what this is. This is the unfoldment of what you are. Your entire life is your path of realizations, your exploration of what you are, of the reality of your being. And that applies across the board to all manifestation. What this is exploring what it is. And in your case, that looks like your life, your experience, but the same thing applies to any being anywhere, or galaxies, or atoms, or anything. Their being is the vehicle of their exploring what they are.
How can we say then nothing is an accident?
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing's an accident.
Everything that happens is not accident.
Absolutely. There's absolutely no accidents.
No mistakes.
No mistakes. Every quark, every atom is exactly where it needs to be. You can't say why or what's going on with that, or according to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, even where they are, but nonetheless they are. Yeah, the way things work, this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, the way superficial events are and expressions of very deep fundamental currents and energies. Everything that happens, everything that happens on any level of detail is an expression of the nature of the whole. Is an expression of all of reality. All of reality. Every tree that you see is an expression of the entire biosphere. And if the biosphere wasn't exactly the way it was, that tree wouldn't be exactly the way it was. Every wave is an expression of the entire ocean. So things are infinitely interconnected, infinitely deep, infinitely meaningful in a way that completely transcends specific superficial events. Because nothing is separable as a separate event. Nothing is separable from the continuum, from everything. So any particular thing is an expression of everything else, you might say. So it's profoundly meaningful, profoundly interconnected, absolutely purposeful in the sense of not accidental.
Does that mean that we're behind what inevitably must happen?
Yes. Yeah, you are what's doing it all. What you are is not superficial. You are actually the whole system. So you are what's doing everything. Even as you, the individual superficial person, is being done, you're ultimately being done by yourself. You could say small you is being done by big you. And big you is everything.
Beyond that, are we behind time-wise? Are we just always on the crest of something that inevitably must happen?
It's not like that. You are on the crest of what's happening, but you're also outside of time. You're not before time. You're outside of time.
It just seemed to me, listening to you about how things happen the way they must happen, that there's just an inevitability, a complete inevitability.
It's an inevitability, but it's also a spontaneity. It's also a creativity. So it's not an inevitability in the sense of a stuck causality where this has happened and that means that will inevitably happen and there's no way out of it. It's not like that. Inevitable is not a good word. It's more intentional. Everything is intentional, but the intention is being exercised in the moment.
Yes.
You know, a good example is a dream. Think of a dream. Everything that happens in a dream happens on purpose. You know, suppose you're talking to someone in a dream and that's what you're focusing on, but you might seem to be walking down the street past some shop that you're not even looking at. But that shop is put there very intentionally. It's not like it was there. You're dreaming, put it there, or there'd be nothing, right? So even the incidental, accidental things which aren't a part of the action at all in a dream are all being put there very, very specifically by you from outside the dream.
Wow.
And that's the same thing that's happening right here, right now. So you're experiencing yourself as the person you seem to be in this situation, within this waking experience. So this waking experience is like a dream, but you are also outside of this doing it all in exactly the same way as you're outside of a dream, dreaming it. You may not be aware of it at the time. When you're in the dream, you may just think, oh, this is me and here I am in the dream doing stuff. But in actuality, you are also outside of it and you're actually doing the dream. And exactly the same thing obtains here. Sure. And you can know this very directly by what we were talking about earlier, by just feeling the presence of your experience, outside the context of interpretation. Just feel your experience, and you will feel that you are not inside of it. You are it. It is in you. Your entire experience appears inside of you. You are not a little human being inside of it. Sorry, someone had their hand up?
Oh, yeah. So really, what most people would refer to as human experience is actually experiencing a subset of who they are.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. You're also right at this moment. You're experiencing inconceivable universes of non-human experience, and we aren't usually aware of that. I mean, this is what creates what we call the unconscious mind. Is all those categories of experience that don't compute in human terms. So we just sort of censor them. We have a convenient forgetfulness and don't even notice they're there. But there's all sorts of little subtle moods and vibes and flavors and zings going through the back of your mind that are they're just gibberish. They don't hook up with anything in any logical sense. So the conscious mind ignores all that and basically tunes it out. It doesn't stop it. It is actually present in your experience, experientially, but it doesn't fit into anything, so it just kind of sweeps it under the rug and only pays attention to what it can have a story about. This other stuff's too incoherent to have a story about it. And it turns out, if you look, you'll probably find that the majority of your experience is like that. The portion of your experience that seems to make sense within a human context is actually much, much, much smaller than the portion of your experience that is just...
So you're not, when you say unconscious, you're not referring to the psychological or purely psychological unconscious.
Well, I mean what...
unconscious of.
Well, I'm actually meaning what psychologists classify as unconscious. That's what creates it. In experiential terms, there's the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. I mean, this speaking in terms of the pop psychology here, not technically. I'm not psychologically trained. But, the conscious mind is the part of you that's aware, the part of you that's here, the part of you that answers to your name, and so on and so forth. And the unconscious mind is other aspects of your functioning, but that you're not aware of and not consciously connected with. The beating of your heart, the regulating of your blood pressure, all sorts of other just sort of forces and psychological urges and motivations and all that arbitrarily, that just aren't accessible consciously. Yeah. So they're not being noticed by the conscious mind because they don't make sense in conscious terms. It's a lot like our earlier discussion about what deep sleep is like. From the waking condition, we think of the deep sleep as being like a nothing, but that doesn't mean it's actually like that experientially, but that's all we can recall of it from the point of view of the waking mind, because it doesn't compute in terms of the waking mind's logic of things. So the waking mind tries to remember that, and it can't pull anything up, it can't call anything, so you think, God, when I'm asleep I just disappear or something. But experientially that's not what happens. But you don't know that. It's hard to know that from the point of view of the conscious waking mind, because it can't go there. And likewise, the unconscious is like that. I mean, in a pretty strong way, the unconscious mind is the deep sleep mind. And as I think I've said today, and I've said many times, one way of looking at spiritual unfoldment and spiritual realization in sort of pop psychological terms is the removal of the separation between the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. So it becomes one continuum, one accessible continuum, rather than this compartmentalized schizophrenic two modes where there's the conscious you and then this weird squishy id or whatever. And when that happens, the deep sleep state becomes accessible, because that mode, the experiential mode, becomes accessible because you're no longer limited by the constraints of the logic and linearity of the conscious mind.
At one point in my life, I was experiencing that dropping of that artificial barrier, where some aspect of awareness was present in dreamless state.
Yeah, sure.
But it wasn't thinking.
Yeah, right. It doesn't think. There's no thought. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that can happen, and it actually does happen. I mean, you are conscious in deep sleep. And you may or may not have a sense of the continuity of consciousness depending upon sort of, how cut off you are, whatever, from that mode in terms of your normal sort of status, or how you're standing within your experience and so on. But it's not intrinsically like that. It's intrinsically all one system. And affecting that integration is what spirituality is all about. I mean, looking at it from that angle.
Yeah, there's a lot of different angles to this.
Yeah, well, because what it is what it is, and all these ways of looking at it are partialities. They aren't actually true, but they're valid as far as they go.
Continuing on this theme of psychological models, it appears to me that the superego disappears also, that it is sort of like, or ceases to.
I would say so.
Ceases to have much importance.
I would say so. I don't have much of a sense of what that is, so I can't really talk about that. My pop psychology is very sketchy.
Okay.
But yeah. I mean, there's basically all compartmentalization ceases, and all functions collapse into each other as aspects of one thing. And when that happens, it becomes more of a spectrum rather than a sort of a quantized, separated modes. And it's kind of a multitasking going on. So you can be being rational and be being very irrational simultaneously, which we actually are all the time. But we notice that, and you can do it. You do it consciously, or to say participatorily. No, of course not. Yeah. But again, just to reiterate, in practical terms, the really powerful fact is you are already engaged with your experience at all of these levels of subtlety. So all you need to do is notice that fact to kick it in, to integrate with it. Spirituality is not some great thing you need to achieve or add on to yourself, or learn something new or acquire something you don't have. It's simply a matter of recognizing what's already the case. And since it is already the case, that's relatively easy to do. So just, just feeling your experience irrationally, non-conceptually. Just feel your experience texturally. Just briefly and easily. Don't force it or hold it or anything. Just feel it, just like touch it. And just feel how amazing that is. And that's enough. And then you'll drift off into conceptualization, and that's fine, just let it go. But then sooner or later, just come back to it and just feel it. And then, you'll drift off, you'll start thinking about it, you'll start whatever. And that's fine, just let it go. Just sort of let yourself drift in and out of it. But come back to it from time to time. And that's all you need to do. And that's enormously powerful. And we do that all the time anyway. But noticing that you do it ups the efficiency 1,000-fold. We do that spontaneously when you see a beautiful sunset, or you just see something, gorgeous or whatever, or even something horrible, something really ugly. It's impactful. And beyond what you think about it, it just has and that is the presence of actuality. And it's transcendental, it's infinite, it's multidimensional. And so just, since you do it already, just sort of prime the pump and just let yourself do it from time to time without needing to wait for a sunset to come along.
like with my neighbor, when she was very angry, and I was standing next to her, I totally felt the whole thing, you cannot say what it is, but you just feel it. And when that feeling is there with her, and there's nothing to against.
Yeah, strong emotions are a great opportunity for noticing, because it's so obvious. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's so real. It's just an upwelling of energy. You know?
There are some moments happening more and more lately, and I think it's like happened on its own. It's not something I was trying to do. But when it occurs, it's so surprising. But there's no way you can describe it. So I came up with words to describe it, but I know it fully. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Like one day I was walking here and looked at this like a mural, and all of a sudden I saw it's just so surprising. And then afterwards I can put in words like, oh, the word is three-dimensional evolution. But that's no way to describe what it's completely indescribable.
Yeah.
It's not that.
Yeah.
But then the other day I was touching back of my body or something, and all of a sudden it's not like a normal I'm thinking I touched my back. There's no back, and there's no location, and it's completely out of open space, and somewhere something happened. There's no touch, there's no back. But when that happens, that's just the way it is. There's no way you can. It's completely indescribable.
Yep.
So now from that I can see a lot of the teachers and people talk about their experience, and basically they are saying something is completely indescribable. It's not your way close.
No. Can't be described. And there's another good point we haven't really touched on today. It's always surprising. Every time you notice this, every time you do it, it's always wow. And it's always also very familiar. It's always simultaneously startling and surprising and familiar. I know that. I knew this.
So that gives me a different kind of feeling from what seeing the teacher and what the teacher was saying. I just more like feel it instead of resting feel it. And especially when the teaching goes into logical, like almost like a deconstruction thing, but through the logical
Yeah.
thing. I'm just completely shallow. My mind can't follow that, even though I know it might be very legitimate, very beautiful teaching on its own.
Yeah.
But
It's not important.
yeah, because I know this is indescribable. So whatever the logical by effort of thinking, this mechanism just shut it off. Can't take it.
Yeah, sure. Well, different people have different let's say levels of profundity they can access at any given time. And so it can be useful to use logic and other things sometimes for people where if you can connect with them that way in a meaningful way, but in another way it wouldn't necessarily connect so much. So but again, if you're able to be with this more profoundly, then you stay with that. That's much better. That's good. Because again, it is absolutely true that what is important cannot be communicated, and yet it is actual, and it can be known, it can be shared, but it can't be said.
I guess even a point in time, this learning curve happened on its own, and also the way it resonated with a certain thing at a certain time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it is kind of a stretch. It has a lot of flexibility. It's not kind of rigid. It has to be this way.
Oh, yeah.
And that way I can't take it. It's not like that. It's just a pattern from this kind.
Yeah. Pam, what did our time frame end up being?
Just 4:10 or something like that.
Okay, great. So it's 4:10. We can go till about 2:30. We can go for about another 40 minutes. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and then put in another half hour or so?
Okay.
Does that feel good?
Okay.
All right, thanks for calling, Dr. What was it, a year ago? Over a year ago, you told me.
Wow. But that's such a great way of putting things in a theme of the story. Perfect. I think I got to be all the time. Everything is obviously completely. So I'm going to, yeah. But what I'm saying is that it's so, everything's so random, and it's like so weird. If you But if you put a name on it, so you have to very random. But it has to be. But it has to be. But what makes me
For many people, for me, I can't drink it nice. Some of the cooler. Yeah, I can't drink it nice. Do you want any more fiction?
Well, I have one bar too, actually.
Yeah, with Lake, Peter.
You must be first time? You must be a first time?
Yeah, to come here, yeah.
It was another
Yeah, maybe Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Lou, Peter's wife.
Beth and husband Jeff. Beth came last year.
Yeah, I need to start doing that. Yeah, things to do. No, I thought I did that last night.
Yeah.
But Saturday's kind of a day, so, you know, she told me to get down for a little while.
Right.
What's our time frame?
Interesting experiences.
Just a later flight, it's not too much later.
Oh, cool.
So it's about a 4:15 flight.
4:15?
Yeah, so maybe 2:30 or something.
Yeah, okay, cool. 2:30 is perfect,
And I'm
yeah.
going to get some more boarding pass. Did you see Pam? Where did
She's in the
Oh, yeah.
picture.
Started to feel like sensation.
I've always been with NASA when I went there.
Yeah, it doesn't sit there when they were coming.
I don't know if
Oh, let's see, what did I do?
I normally connected
Yeah.
We can check it.
Yeah, we got the number.
Just wanted to say a little.
Yeah.
It definitely happened for me. I got up and unfortunately I was woken up spontaneously at 3 a.m.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
I understand. I had the same amount of hours of sleep you did, so. Yeah. I didn't get quite as late as you did, but I had about, 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. I do.
Great minds know weather.
Yeah, it's strange. When he was explaining it, there wasn't any much for me. I just understood because she was telling me.
Right.
Yeah. So what do you just? You know what I'm saying? Yes. Oh, Mom. Yeah. I mean, he's been having it for a while, but they're putting on the floor. I mean, it's still kind of a little thing, you know? Not, this is one. I just touch it once in a while.
Sleeping on the floor in Hawaii is a very popular strong
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Absolutely. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna probably call him tomorrow because there is things to say. How like everything. Yeah. Right. You're quite when he gets really disoriented. So, what is the best thing? Well, like he's under his word, it's called
You actually might want to go down south.
Okay.
I really like that. Cough shop. Quite fresh.
Yeah.
I don't. Get off south of there.
What's the kind of summer weather? So it's not really fall.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I can see it. Yeah, it's hardwood. That's really cool. Well, I can see it, but I don't know how to.
Yeah, I would describe that as a kind of mushy.
That's why I understand it, because it was like that. I was like, I said that, I was like, that's exactly it. You really?
When he was applying it to, it was kind of natural. I was looking at oranges. There's something very well, red, orange, and
Well, if I could, I would.
slightly less.
Yeah, I guess you could say it does, it has a similar frequency on several.
Yeah, it's kind of natural on steroids.
Right. Natural on acid.
Okay, natural on acid. Right.
Get corrected, right?
Here's what we're talking about. Natural on acid.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you for what you do. Yeah, forget the steroids.
Steroids are for women.
Oh boy. Yeah, totally different energy. Are you done with
I work with her all the time.
And the video goes, hey guys, right? And the German engineers designed this bicycle with wheels and parts and then there's straps. And you're up in there in a harness as if you're in a hang glider. What you do is you run, and then you put your feet back on the steer until the bicycle comes to slow down again. Then you run again and put your feet back up. And they're saying this is a very great machine. It's a bicycle themselves. And they want to enter it into an innovation contest, and they're hoping for the $17,000 prize.
Oh, absolutely.
Not really.
Can you imagine if it was the slightest hill
Yeah.
Totally messed up.
I didn't know this, and now it's gonna be even better.
And the thing was big, and then you're strapped in. I mean, what if there's a problem and you're strapped in, you know?
Before I wasn't sure how strong that would be for lawyers.
Right.
Here we are.
Why don't we declare ourselves reconvened?
Okay, I declare.
Wow.
Look at that.
Here we are.
Could this be possible? It's sort of in my unfolding. I feel that I quote unquote know more things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like, I mean, I have no idea how I know.
Sure.
Know them, but it's not knowing like definitely or
Oh, yeah.
actuality. It's just.
Oh yeah, totally. That happens. I mean, I don't know any of this bullshit I spew so freely up here. It's just stuff I know.
Yeah.
And I don't think about it or haven't acquired it anywhere. It's just self-evident. So, yeah. Sure. Yeah. Because again, experience is profoundly intelligent, and intelligence isn't something that an individual applies to experience. Experience is intelligence. So there's just profound meaningfulness in everything, and that meaningfulness reads itself out, from time to time.
It's just a definite different experience of this type of knowing than fixing on a fact or opinion.
Absolutely. I mean, another way to put it is that conceptual knowledge is stupid. It's not very smart. It's not very flexible or adaptive or multidimensional. It's very linear and plodding. It's basically clumsy. Thank you. Whereas the inherent intelligence is very creative, nonlinear. It's fast. It's associative. So the more you tune into that, it's there. You don't need to acquire it. You don't need to build it up. It's actually just there, and it becomes really obvious that it's there, and you sort of tap into it.
Well, prior to this, I would have thought, if I had a real good insight in something that had occurred here, it was a matter of personal intelligence, but is it in the transaction, or is it just inherent in the first place?
Well, there's no basis for differentiating. It's in expression. It's inherent. Every aspect of the mechanism, so to speak. Not that it's a mechanism, but every aspect of the mechanism is imbued with and consists of this intelligence and this meaningfulness. So you can sort of tap into it or have it show up anywhere. I mean, it's kind of like we were talking about earlier. We were talking about meaningfulness. What is meaning? And I was saying how just anything is full of meaningfulness in terms of its flavor and all that. And these flavors are intelligence. They're pure intelligence. It's and they're multidimensional, and they have all infinite nonlinear readouts, and so on and so forth. And so you can tap into this anywhere, because anywhere you look, so to speak, experientially, That's what there is. Yeah. And the less you become addicted to needing to have logical thought processes in order to process intelligence, the more you can just hit on the stuff, and it's there and it's self-validating, and you don't need to. You can think without thinking. You don't need to think your thoughts anymore. It's just there, and so there's no thought process. You can talk with people and you don't know what you're going to say, and you don't remember what you did say, but you're saying it, and it's singing, and it's good, the life force is available in real time. This is when it is, and the life force is pure upwelling intelligence. It's ordering everything. It's making everything function, and it is. Also an intelligence of meaningfulness, intelligence of conceptualization, intelligence of all these different aspects.
So it wouldn't be a property of radiance. It is radiance, right?
Yeah, radiance is intelligence.
And that's everything that's going on.
That's right. There's nothing else. And you can feel that. You can know that very directly. And, however you do know it, you can know it more directly than that. So, there's no limit to how deeply you can go into it, because it has no bottom. It's infinitely deep and infinitely subtle and infinitely multidimensional. And you are that. So as you go into it more and more deeply, you're going into yourself. You're going into actuality, into the universe. It's tricky talking about radiance because you can talk about it as having all these aspects, and yet it's not like it has aspects. It is, the aspects are just what it is, and they aren't, in it being these aspects, it isn't separated as aspects. It's just it, and it can look like that. It can look like intelligence, it can look like form, it can look like function, it can look like meaning, it can look like flavors, it can look like sensory characteristics, it can look like, this, that, and the other. Anything that appears is it, literally. So, so you can start cataloging all these aspects, and that's, it's meaningful as far as it goes, but it's actually, it's like the blind man and the elephant. It's one thing that seems to have many aspects if you look at it sort of from different points of view or in different contexts. Because what it actually is so multidimensional and it is its own context, so you can't get outside it to look at it. So it's it's an interest. It's like trying to find a dream when you're dreaming. Where do you look? Well, anywhere you look, you find a dream, but it's hard to isolate the dreaming part of it because it's so bewildering in terms of the display, And radiance is kind of like that. It's like, well, where do I look for radiance? Anywhere you look, what you're seeing is radiance. I mean, I say see, it implies vision, but obviously I just mean anything that is experienceable is radiance. And the experiencing of it is radiance. It's not like radiance is over here and there's something over here seeing it. I mean, radiance basically experiences itself. The being of radiance is experience. There is no subject-object. It's just this amazing presence. My pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Or you said, or I read, that you're a compulsive student at Waterfall.
Yes.
And that experience of ability to be someone. And you said when it really happened, when you really woke up, it was after you became a girl.
Yes.
During that time. Can you describe how that affected your life?
How, which the illness?
How the illness, you said that the illness is what kind of things in place.
Yeah. Well, I can't really, it's hard to say. I mean, I can notice that occurred, I mean, I had cancer. I was basically bedridden for about 6 months and was very debilitated for about a year. So it was a pretty extreme experience. And, you know, it was a very irrational experience, of course, very immediate.
Why
Well, in the sense that I didn't know what was happening, I didn't know what was going to happen, I couldn't make sense of it, I was just being sort of put through the mill, and it wasn't like there was any much element of choice or direction or anything involved.
as you're talking to Johnny, do we really have any choice of direction?
Sure.
Honestly.
Well, depends on how you look at it. I mean, you could say not. You know, I mean, it's kind of arbitrary for me to say that about this experience, but for me, it was almost like a kind of a hibernation. I spent I was too dizzy to even watch TV or read books for about 4 months. So I spent about 4 months just lying on my back, staring at the ceiling when I was awake, and then of course when I was asleep, I was sleeping. So it was kind of a hibernation, or you know, it was a long, drawn-out removal from any kind of normal life or interaction with people. You know, the only people I saw really were my wife and a few close friends and a few nurses and that sort of thing. So it was a pretty extreme experience, as normalcy goes, let's say. And it was impactful, I guess. I mean, I can't really sort it out or make sense of it or say the way in which that happened, but it was certainly, you know, I'll say a strong experience. And then, as I was, you know, I guess to categorize it, I could say my final realization occurred as I was coming out of that. You know, but I can't really make sense of or say much about what happened or how that worked or anything like that.
Was it painful?
Which?
Your illness.
Yeah, it was quite painful. Well, I learned a new meaning of pain. I recalibrated. My pain scale was entirely recalibrated. Before I had cancer, what I thought was pain is laughable to me now. Now, you know, you could stick me with a knife and it would be like, that's annoying. You know, my let's just say my scale of pain was recalibrated. So I got, you know, I got used to it. You get used to these kinds of things.
So you were taking painkillers?
I was, but I didn't like them very much. They didn't work very well. I mean, they more made me feel sick than they did to get rid of the pain. So it was kind of but every now and then I would take them anyway, just for variety. Yeah, mix things up a bit.
And so all this process was a regular, what's the word, not orthomolecular medicine. In other words, it was all traditional.
Yeah.
Medicine.
Well, no, I don't know what orthomolecular means, but it was straight medicine. I mean, I was seeing doctors and I had radiation treatments and I had surgery and the whole deal. I didn't have chemo. They didn't think it was necessary in my case, and it proved to be correct. I mean, it worked. You know, I did the traditional regimen, and in my case, it worked. So I can't complain about that.
Right.
It wasn't a lot of fun.
I have another personal question, Rob.
Of course.
Do you feel that cancer is caused by your lifestyle, or just by?
I can't say that it was caused by my lifestyle. I can say that.
Well, they're saying now that some cases of cancer are caused by.
Yeah, it's possible, but you can't isolate it. You can't pin it down. I had cancer of the throat, and I was a smoker when I was a kid for about 4 years, but I hadn't, you know, which may or may not have caused it, but I hadn't smoked at the time I had cancer for like 30-some years, you know, and drinking can also apparently exacerbate it. I'm a moderate drinker. You know, I've been around strong solvents from time to time because I do electronics work. I used to do electronics work and things like that, and that can also. So I mean, they can't really say, you know, that there have been factors in my life which could have been causative, but I mean, you know, who knows?
I suppose this is selfish prying, because very recently I'm having some pain myself, very negative. And also I'm studying about healing, other versions of healing rather than the regular doctor's type. And oh dear, I'm not going to forget my point on that. Oh, I know. I want to know if there's some way I can avoid having this by knowing that, oh yeah, well he did, yeah, okay. I don't have to worry about that one. So, please excuse me, but it was a selfish reason. But also, in the waking up part, it does seem that the solitude.
Yeah, I think the solitude and the extremity of the experience were both factors, and I think the fact that came at where it did in the arc of my experience was all contributory. I mean, I think it has this kind of an inevitability to it. It all works together, you know. And of course, there's no way to make sense of that or sort it out.
Well, I'm sure we're all very glad that you did what you did.
Well, thank you.
You're here with us.
Thank you. Yeah, well, another day.
So can you talk about pain and
Sure. What about it?
Well, I had an experience where my chronic and severe pain went away for a year and a half. It is now coming back again. And I thought that I learned from that experience, and I think I did learn from that experience, that there's physical pain and then there's suffering that you pile on top of it.
Yes. The hurt part of pain is actually all dread. It's all fantasizing. Pain itself is just a sensation, and it can be an intense sensation, obviously, and it can be a distracting sensation, but in itself it's not really particularly a problem. You can work around it. What makes pain into suffering is oh no, pain, no.
There's like a resistance to it.
Yes,
and we do
resistance.
it in subtle ways that we don't even realize.
Typically, yeah. Typically it's all unconscious. But that's a huge factor. If you can get over that hump, if you can discover that factor is there and get to just a sensation, if you can be with pain just as experiential presence, just as energy, then that is the best way to be with pain. And that's the way to be with pain. Well, it's at least it entails no suffering. And it actually makes pain irrelevant. Doesn't necessarily fix it, but it makes it irrelevant, and it actually turns it into a very powerful spiritual noticing. Pain is a really good. Any kind of extreme experience is a good occasion for noticing, because it's not ambiguous.
Yeah.
You know, it's really.
Well, it's right there. It's very.
It's
focused.
right there. It's very focused. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't. You know, you're really one with it.
Yeah. You know, the good news is you can discover that pain doesn't matter. Pain only matters. The mattering part of pain is conceptual. It's essentially fantasizing, catastrophizing.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're with the actual sensation of pain is not so bad, no matter how extreme it is.
Yeah.
It's the catastrophizing and the fantasizing that makes it bad. And that, of course, is a lesson that applies to all our experience. No surprise.
So I've experienced that. I know that. I've had that experience. You know, I've had a couple of different medical tests where you know, I realized that however extreme it is and however painful it seems,
you know, it's never as bad as the concept of it is.
Yeah.
But it seems like that learning isn't complete because the pain has come back. I don't sleep well at night. You know, I have, although sometimes I'm, you know, in fact, a lot of times I'm limping around and somebody will say, "Why are you limping?" And I don't realize I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I'm just wondering how I can just...
Well, you know, again, the real trick of it is to really be sensitive to that interpretive component, that you know, the catastrophizing component, and just be with the sensation. And then whether or not it's there becomes less and less relevant. I mean, obviously do what you can in terms of treating it or whatever, if that's relevant. But that's a separate issue.
Yeah. Like pain meds don't even touch it. I mean, and I don't like taking them.
No, pain meds are a drag.
But sometimes I do take it just because maybe it'll take the edge off.
Right, that's like I was saying.
Yeah.
Mix it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's try pain stoned. What a good idea.
Yeah.
But the, you know, the best you can do is really notice, really become very sensitive to that catastrophizing component, that fantasizing component, that woe is me component, that resistance component, and just try to cut through to the direct experience, just the energy presence. Because it'll literally stop being pain. I mean, it won't stop being a sensation. It might not stop being a very strong sensation, but it'll stop being pain. You know, but again, it's an opportunity. You know, if you find yourself in this situation, it's an opportunity to take advantage of it. I mean, if you've got it, you may as well.
Yeah.
Because the alternative is not an improvement. I mean, the alternative of just being with it and suffering and resisting and catastrophizing doesn't do any good at all. That's the worst. I mean, that's the worst way of being with it.
I find that my relationship to pain has shifted, you know.
Yeah.
And definitely after the experience I had that made it go away for years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why pain went away for years.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I knew, and I realized I don't know. I have no idea. But in my relationship towards depression, I had a really severe bout with depression a couple weeks ago that I hadn't had since 2008.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't, you know, it didn't last very long, but it was just like this onslaught of severe depression. And even then, you know, it wasn't the same as, you know, the deep dark pit that I used to fall into.
Yeah. Well, depression is, of course, very similar. There's an energy component, and there's a psychological component. And the more you can be with the energy component and undercut the psychological component, the less it becomes relevant as depression, and the more it is just an energy. And actually, it frees it up too. I mean, the problem with the psychological aspect and resistance with any of these difficult energy presences is it tends to form a feedback loop and reinforce it. It actually makes it stronger.
Yeah.
So if you're with your pain, or just say depression, you're like, oh, I'm depressed because this is, you know, the mulling over it actually just re-immerses you in it, which makes you mull over it more, which re-immerses you in it, and it kind of feeds back on it. Whereas if you can undercut all the story and just be with, wow, what a bizarre energy, you know, it gives it the opportunity to open and mutate, as all energies do. No energy cannot be stable. It's impossible for any energy condition to sit and be the same way for a long period of time. It can't happen. It cannot happen. Energy is continually mutating and morphing and dissolving and opening into other. I mean, it can be persistently similar, but in actual fact, it's very dynamic. And the more you are with a story or an interpretive aspect of an energy presence, the less you notice that, and the more you lock it into just being a single thing. Like a pain's a perfect example. Pain is very, very dynamic. If you're with the actual energy, it flares up, it goes down, it morphs, it goes sideways, it jumps up, and I mean, it's all over the place. It's like a dance. It's amazing. It's like watching a fire burn or something. You know, you sit around a campfire and just watch the fire, and it's just you know, pain is like that. It's not just a dull thing. And yet, you know, when you psychologize it, you distance yourself from that, from the actual liveliness of it, the dynamism of it, which also reveals the multidimensionality. Because as it's dancing around, it's actually also becoming subtly, or maybe even extremely different in different phases. In instance, it can completely disappear. Mm-hmm. Even a strong pain can have a moment where it just absolutely vanishes, and then wham, it's suddenly back. It's just dancing around like crazy. And if you're with the energy, you can notice that, and in that liveliness, it is much less afflicting. You know, because what really makes it afflicting is the sense of like a big boulder you're being crushed by. And it's the interpretive component that makes it seem like that. It dumbs it down and makes it seem static and stable. And so the more you can be with the direct energy, you don't fight the interpretation. Don't try to countermand it, because that's just feeding it. Just undercut it. Just ignore it completely. Just go to the energy. Just touch. Like what am I actually experiencing right now? Just touch that. And be with that, and you'll feel even in the case of depression or something, you'll feel it breathing, you'll feel it moving, you'll feel it morphing, and just be with that again, like you're listening to a symphony or something, or watching a fire burn or whatever. And you'll find that that's the best possible way you can be with that experience. And it also gives you the opportunity to change more, because you're being with it in its multidimensionality. You're not locking it into just being a devil, a demon, demonizing it.
And that energy that is depression, or that feels, where I was very, very depressed, and then I started to think, well, am I misinterpreting what this energy is?
Yeah.
I'm calling it depression.
Yeah.
What is it really?
Yeah, good. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Don't call it anything. Just feel what it is as just a miraculous, bizarre, weird, you don't know what. There it is, and just feel that, just feel it as intimately as you can. Just embrace it. Let it just as close as you can get to it. Really just like you want to study every molecule of it by contact, and just really, really be with it. And it's surprising.
Sort of like being with the medical test that you have no choice.
Well, it's exactly the same. As a matter of fact. When it's the dreading and the fear and the clenching and the tightening up that makes it bad. If you just trip on it, it's like, wow, this is bizarre. Yeah. It's just this amazing novelty.
Well, when you're in the midst of one of those kinds of tests that are just like really horrendous, you don't have time to go into the concept of it. I mean, because you're just with. And you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what it's actually going to feel like. And they do something else, and all of a sudden it feels some different way, and then they do something else, and something else happens. And so, just be with that. Let go into that spontaneity, like a dance. Again, like it's just this amazing symphony of energies that's being projected. And it's not personal. It's not about anything. And it's transitory. It's coming and going. And so there's nothing stuck or oppressive or invasive about it. It's just a weird energy present. But everything's a weird energy present, so. It's getting to be about quitting time. So I want to thank you all for coming. And
Thank you.
I'll be down next month at the same time. In fact, I'll be in this area twice next month. I've been retreat towards the end of the month. I guess some of you are coming too. Mm-hmm. And have a lovely month.
Thank you so much.